React India. React India. React. 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 React India. 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 React. 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 React. React India. React India. 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 React. React. React India. React India. 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 React. React India. React. React India. 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 React India. React. React. React India. React India. 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 React. React. React India. React India. 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 React. React. React India. React India. React, 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 React India.
Hello, Namaste, Hola, Konnichiwa. Welcome to React India Remote Edition.
Welcome you all to the third edition of this amazing beach conference in Goa, React India. And today is a remote day. What that means? That means wherever you are in this world, you can enjoy the awesome lineup we have of talks for you right from your couch. Hey, I'm Kushal.
Hi, I'm Tanisha. Hello, I am Megha. And God, what a lovely day. And even lovelier audience to host this conference with. I am personally very excited about a lot of talks and especially the ones around design systems. We are even have a panel, I think. I am working on something similar at my workplace. Just reminds me, Tanisha, last year you gave a talk around hooks, I think, right?
Yeah, I'm sure you remember. Actually, everyone does. I don't remember the number of functional components I've written at work. Never mind, let's not go there. But do you know I have the record at my workplace for writing 40 hooks, that too custom in a day. What about you?
Yeah, same story. Like same story everywhere. Like we just like go to our workplaces and like break records every day. Kushal, you seem very silent. Don't you have a take or a hot take over hooks?
Hooks? What? Sorry, I'm sorry. What are hooks?
Kushal, don't you know hooks?
No, not really. I haven't heard about them.
What is he even doing at the conference? Hosting you?
Kushal, are you sure you're like much suited in the audience instead of like hosting it today?
I think I'm starting to feel like I deserve a better place at the audience spot, and I should probably join them.
Yeah, I think that would be a better idea.
But I know the day is in good hands with these two awesome hosts. I'll take your leave. Bye bye.
See you.
See ya.
Day for React India 2022. I hope you will have a great time today. And so, before we get on to our talks, right, let me just give you a brief overview of the code of conduct for today. So, let us just quickly go through it and we will just head over to our talks in no time. So, this is a remote day for React India. There's a strict code of conduct that we will be following throughout the conference. So make sure you head over to reactindia.io/code of conduct to read it through and understand it to the fullest. Also, there's an anti-harassment policy in place. So head over to this link and read it, and that would be great. Lastly, you can report anonymously about anything, any feedbacks, anything that we would like to know. So just head over to bit.ly/React India anonymous reporting. So, and last but not the least, tweet your remote React India experience by tagging React India and hashtag React India 2022. So thank you so much for all of you for tuning in today. I'm really glad to be hosting you here. And without delaying any further, let's get to the first talk for the day. So, first, we have Palash. So, the pandemic boosted the internet based audio, video, and textual communication. In this talk, Palash, the co founder of Diet, will tell you how to easily integrate the real time communication to your app. He will help us build two such applications in just under 20 minutes. So, I'm really glad to be welcoming Palash with his first talk.
Hi, can I go ahead?
Yes, Palash, you can go ahead.
Good. I don't see a lot of people in there. Cool, I'll start. Um, Let me share my screen. Hi, I'm hoping it's visible. Yeah, so today we're going to talk about adding real-time communication to your apps. And we're going to talk about this by demoing how you can actually add real-time communication to your apps within this 20 minutes. I'm going to demo two different kind of use cases. Let me start with like some introduction first. I'm Palash. I'm one of the co-founders of Diet. Diet uh, is Diet is a communications API provider that lets you integrate programmable and configurable video calls in your own application. Uh, so since the pandemic, we have seen an explosion of audio video integrations in apps. Uh, Certain sectors such as edtech and health tech have seen meteoric rises, and we have all seen the advantages of integrating live audio video in your own app. But even though the pandemic has passed away, uh, we are out again in the open. But that experience has reshaped how we think about collaboration, how we think about interactivity, and live experiences within the call. Uh, Today, like we believe that every single sector can massively benefit by adding live audio video to their applications. Uh, but before we talk about that, you might ask, why do we even want to add live audio video to our application? I'll answer this question by giving you a few examples. I'll talk about certain sectors and will tell you like how you would do it without Diet and how you would do it with Diet. So let me give you an example of edtech. You would typically assume that why would an edtech provider, why would they need to integrate live audio video in their own app? They have the students, they have the teachers, they can connect both of them over a Zoom call. Uh, it's, it's reliable, it works. Why do you change something that's not broken? But here is where where I give you the advantages of integrating live audio and video. Uh, in a Zoom like app, it's an application. You don't get any control over it. It's not configurable. Maybe it is configurable a little bit. You have a host and you have a participant, but it's neither configurable nor programmable. And what that lets you build is it lets you build customized experiences. So, for example, an edtech provider, uh, first of all, every time they want the students and teacher to join a call, they'll have to let the user migrate out of their platform. And once the user is out of the platform, it's again, you'd want the user to stay within your platform. And second, you don't get any data out of it. Were the students interactive? Were the students muted and passive? Were they even learning something? Were they asking questions? You can't get that data out of Zoom. Even if you are able to get some limited data, it's not programmable. You can't take action on that data. if you see a student who's not responding, you can't nudge them automatically. You can't convert the text, the speech into a different language real time. Uh, at the same time, so all these things, by all these things, it lets you, okay, let me, I'm losing my train of thought. Um, yeah, so these examples, they highlight the different kinds of programmable experiences that you can build. Uh, and while these are the ones that are like on top of my mind and to EdTech, they're not all, they're not exhaustive. Uh, so let me just talk about communication SDKs in general, how they work, how they used to work, and how the direction they are moving in and the direction Diet is taking them in. So if assume that you want to add live audio video in your app, the way you would do it is the technology is called WebRTC, and it's built over. Let me just open a whiteboard. Draw. Yeah. So you have the networking protocols, and you have a protocol called WebRTC that lets you build live audio video experiences. But WebRTC is hard. It's extremely hard, and nobody builds their own WebRTC solution uh, because the spec was originally meant to be a peer-to-peer protocol. So there are CPaaS providers. I wouldn't name them, where there are competitions that let you. They give you a thin layer over the raw WebRTC APIs that browsers provide. So I want to highlight the thin part, while because what they do is they just manage your tracks. Think about in this way: if today I'm speaking to you, I have a media track. Uh, Somebody acquired it, somebody shared it over the network, and you're subscribing it to it. So the legacy SDK providers, all they do is provide you track management. They let they they will ask you to acquire a track from the browser. They'll ask you to share it, and for every other user, you'll have to subscribe to it. This kind of setup, where all they do is track management, while it works, it makes you build everything on top of it on your own, and it's very hard to get it wrong, right? So to repeat, like, you have to manually create and publish and subscribe tracks. You have to manually manage network descriptions. I was really surprised to see this recently, but one of the leading SDK providers, in case your internet goes down, you have to manually reconnect it. And I don't have a scenario in mind where a user's network is disconnected and I would not want it to be reconnected. So again, what I want to highlight is all these SDK providers do is provide a very thin layer over WebRTC. You have to handle all the user access control on your own. Can the user even share the audio? Can the user send a message? Can the user screen share? Again, stuff like this that is being used in every single real-time application. But again, you have to build it from the ground up every time. And the last, but not the least, the UI. While it might be simple, while you might imagine building UI to be simple, but UI, especially in like real-time communication apps where there are hundreds of state variables, you have hundreds of changing variables. There are, for example, if there are 100 people in a call, everybody's muting, unmuting, showing their video, talking, and texting. Managing all that state is hard. Managing all that state across different browsers is hard. So every browser will have its own quirk in the way it deals with media and networking and autoplay. Don't even get me started on autoplay. Just the simple aspect of auto playing audio is very hard. And the existing SDKs out there, what we call the legacy way, you'll have to build all these things manually. So here is where I also introduce Diet. How we do it, how we are rethinking the entire approach towards audio and video. We have, from ground up, rethought the whole API design in the way that is not an extension of not an extension of something that has been built previously, but a ground up new approach. So to just give you a simple comparison, uh, if I want to share my audio, the legacy way is first I ask browser to acquire audio track. And when I say legacy way, I mean using a SDK provider. I'm not talking about using a raw WebRTC. So you acquire local track, then you have to manually publish it. And for every participant who you want to listen to this user, you'll have to subscribe to that track. And you'll also have to do other things where, for example, when the device changes, I plugged in a microphone, I plugged in a headphone. You'll have to listen for this new input device, release the old track, publish the new track, subscribe it for everyone. You have to do it again and again. And when we were designing this spec, and we were just thinking, this is not a way to do it. This is not the right way. This is prone to make mistakes. This is the path where you're prone to make mistakes. So if you look on the right side, this is the right way. All you have to do to share your audio is call one function, enable audio. Why should this be hard? Why should you do all what is there on the left side? So again, drawing over my older abstraction diagram, you have the networking layer, you have the WebRTC layer, then you have what everybody else provides, a track management, and then you have a user-friendly API. So what I mean by user-friendly is the API, which is more akin to the real world, but the objects are, and the methods and the classes are the way you'd expect them to be in a real world. They're basically a higher abstraction over the raw track management API, but simple things such as chat and like participant and enable audio, methods like these instead of track management. Also, what we do differently is we include the user ACL inside our SDK. So inbuilt permission management system, you don't really have to define and make all the access control yourself. You just have to tell this user is a host, is a teacher, is an admin, is a speaker, is a moderator. And you can define what permissions will be applicable for these users rather than manually coding each and every single ACL use case. This speeds up a lot of your development process. Another thing that we do that massively improves it is we have a UI kit. And emphasis on the word kit, it's not a UI, pre-built UI, it's a kit. You can use this kit to build on top of the pre-existing DIT components. So I'll give you an example later in this call, but even UI elements across real-time applications are repeated. They're the same common elements. You have a mic button. You have a mic button in every single app. Why wouldn't you want to use a existing pre-built mic button? There are more capabilities that we provide over traditional SDKs, but few of them are automatic network and media management. What do I mean by that? Is I already gave you an example of network disconnection, but network disconnection is not the only one. What if your network degrades? What if you switch to a 4G network or like a 3G network? What if suddenly you are in an area where the mobile network is low and there is packet loss? The bandwidth is low. Our SDK handles everything. We call it auto-tune. It's basically every kind of network and media management. Of course, you can configure it yourself if you want that degree of control. But by default, you have everything configured when you initialize our SDK. So this is the DIT way. And this is the DIT layer over existing solutions. And here's a Apple style diagram about what we provide. We also like this diagram also highlights the way we think about audio video SDK. We think about them as Lego blocks. You need not build everything from your own. you pick and choose the blocks you need. You need UI kits, you use UI kit. If you want chat, you can use chat. If you want recording, if you want to add your own ML processing, add it. But everything's a block that you can quickly integrate without rewriting it from the ground up. While this might all look good, I'm also gonna show you, and you'll know for sure how easy it is to integrate Diet. So the first app that we're going to be talking about today is we're going to build a Slack-like audio huddle. And so we're going to do this, and we're going to, okay, I think I'm so about out of time. I'll quickly rush through it. Diet's React SDK. This SDK is a variant of the normal JavaScript SDK, but with some hooks added on top of it. Verify that React web core has been installed. Now, if we jump back to the main application code, you'll see how a state variable that tells you what the current user is and what channel is the current user in, if the user is in a channel. So for the sake of this demo, I'm not going to teach you how to make the Slack UI channels and threads. I'm just going to talk about how to add audio to an existing app. So the first step to do is import from the package that you just installed. So you import a provider called Diet provider and a hook called use Diet client. So this gives us two things: a meeting object and a way to initialize the meeting. So what is a meeting? A Diet meeting, like a regular meeting, is a room where you add your users for them to connect. So
Hey Pilash, sorry to interrupt you in between, but I think there's an echo from your end, from your mic and from your video.
Okay, sorry.
So if you can please replay the video.
We'll want to run it every time you app. We jump back to the main, verify that React web core has been installed. Now, if we jump back to the main application code, you'll see how a state variable that tells you what the current user is and what channel is the current user in, if the user is in a channel. So for the sake of this demo, I'm not going to teach you how to make the Slack UI channels and threads. I'm just going to talk about how to add audio to an existing app. So the first step to do is import from the package that you just installed. So you import a provider called Diet provider and a hook called use Diet client. So this gives us two things: a meeting object and a way to initialize a meeting. So what is a meeting? A Diet meeting, like a regular meeting, is a room where you add your users for them to connect. So we'll make a function called start Diet call. We'll make it a callback, and we'll want to run it every time there is a change in the current channel. Whenever the user switches a channel, we'll ideally want to switch to a different meeting. To join a meeting, you need two things. You need an identifier for the room, and you need an authorization token for the current user that you're trying to add. Once you have these two, it's as simple as calling a function to initialize a meeting. Now, how do you get the room name and the auth token? This is something that I'll come back to later in this call. But here, now we have a room name auth token and we have initialized the meeting. One more thing that I'm going to do here is just for security, I'm just going to add a check if there is no current selected channel or there's already a meeting, return. If there's no channel selected, say please select a channel. If there is a channel selected, show switch to jump into huddle. If you're already in a huddle, show the huddle. For users to jump into a huddle, simple toggle switch, you can use any UI library you want. On click of which, I'll call the start Diet call back that we just created. Also, if the huddle is already active, I want to show the huddle UI. So I'll introduce something called Diet provider here. It's a context provider that our SDK provides that will give all its children the meeting data. We're going to create a component huddle me, and we're also going to add a check like if current meeting, there's no meeting, show the join huddle switch. If there's an existing meeting, show huddle UI. Since here, one is a simple toggle mic. If the current audio state is enabled, you disable it. If it's disabled, you enable it. There's a function to stop the huddle where you're just basically calling leave room. And if the user's audio state is enabled, we show that mic icon, we otherwise show the disabled mic icon. And there's a toggle switch again, but this time it points to, on a click, it points to stop huddle. We also have some other this component. This is for handling all the audio playback logic. You can choose to handle it on your own if you want. But that's it. That's it. That's all the code there is, and you all have your hurdle. Hi. Hi. So you were shown how you can quickly add Slack huddle-like feature, and you saw that it took barely 10-15 lines, even when you, and this is like a non-UI installation. If you want to use our UI kit, it becomes even easier. So here I'm going to talk about a UI kit. Our UI kit is built with web components. Because we are an SDK provider, we don't want to make a UI kit that works just for React. Doesn't work for Vue, Angular. We want to support every single framework out there. But what we have built is, because using web components in React might not be the most straightforward, we built a React wrapper around the web components. So for you, it will feel like a pure React component, but internally it will be a web component. And again, emphasis on the word kit. It's a UI kit. And we have tens of different components that you can import. And I'll show you quickly how you can do that. But we have, this is UI kit. It will work in your Vue app, Angular app, in your Solid.js app, in your React app, any single framework. It works with every single front-end framework. Here's a quick cool thing. This presentation is created using slide.dev. Slide.dev is a markdown-based slides creator. Basically, all these slides, these are markdowns. But if you have seen Markdown MDX, which is basically a way for you to import React components in Markdown, slide.dev also has something similar. But wait, so can I demo the entire UI inside the Slack, inside this slide.dev slide? Yep, a simple Dite button, and yep, there is a button. Not sure if you can see the highlight here. You'll see in the further slides if you're not able to see. But this just speaks to the test, like to our UI kit and the way it's framework independent. Here I'm rebuilding the Slack huddle. This is the demo too. But this time I'm also going to be adding video later in this call. But let's see how quickly can we build the Slack huddle with using the UI kit. So in the huddle, a lot of time was spent on building the audio indicator, checking if the audio state was true or not, building the switch. Here, you just import these two things. There's an audio visualizer. Right now, there's no audio, so there's nothing to visualize, and there's a switch. So this is an actual component from our UI kit that works here. So how about let's move ahead with adding, like integrating it with the entire SDK. If you have seen here, I've added the participant object to Dite self. I've given it the self object. The self object is your local user. So to this component, our components work very tightly with our core SDK. So here, I did not have to manually pass what is my current audio status. I just had to pass the participant object, and it took the status out of it. It registered all event listeners. All I had to do was pass in self. And the switch, again, I just get a call back every time someone clicks it, and I join the meeting. So let's join the meeting. I have Oh, there's a microphone permission prompt. Hello. So you can see it's an audio visualizer now. Let me complete this demo. Sorry. Now let's add video to this. Earlier, I rendered a Dite or audio visualizer. This time I'm renting a mic toggle button and a switch button and something called a participant tile. If you want to display a user's video, you'll use a participant tile component. Again, if you could see, not passing the video track, not passing anything, just part, just passing the participant object. So we give it the self object, we give it the toggle, the meeting object, and again the switch to join meeting. And let's join meeting. Let's join this meeting. Here's the thing. I think it switched to my virtual camera. I'll do a demo of this again. I have a VWork virtual camera that it switches to usually. But this is the participant tile, and this is the audio button. But not everybody wants to even customize the UI. Sometimes all you want is a configurable experience. You don't want a programmable experience. You want something that you can quickly get live with. And then later, maybe as your need for customization and as your need for deeper integration arises, you add more. But if all you want is the straightforward Zoom-like experience, and here is just one component, the night meeting component, and on the click of this join button, I'll join the room, but this is the night meeting component. So I'll click join. Again, the permission comes. Yeah. So this is again the black video because my virtual camera. So you get the full meeting UI inside the slide, inside with just one line of code. That's the power of our UI kit. And yeah, that's about it. Two more things. One is a feedback for the talk that I would appreciate. And second is we're hiring across all engineering domains, especially hiring across all mobile frameworks and languages, React Native, iOS, Android, Flutter, and for other engineering domains as well. Also do check out our stall. We have stalls, we have fun challenges there. Thank you.
Thanks, Palash. That was one wonderful talk. We actually had one question from the audience. Yes. And so Ashish asks, so Dite is also using WebRTC under the hood, right? So is it like a new layer that handles everything like the legacy SDKs used to use? So what would you like to say on that?
So if you want to integrate live audio video, you have to use WebRTC. That's like the most prominent suite of protocols. But then, because it's complex, you usually use a layer on it. Unless you want to become something like Zoom, you wouldn't want to own that layer. So Dite is also a layer above WebRTC, but it's a layer that is on a higher abstraction level. The API method, the classes, the kind of data it gives are more friendly to the React and React Native and like the web and app developers rather than WebRTC and video engineers. You need to know nothing, you don't need to know anything about WebRTC, video, sockets, networking, network parameters, anything. And you just being a normal React or a React Native developer can quickly integrate live audio video with React-like syntax.
Yeah, I mean that's impressive. I think that's how you can seamlessly integrate in under minutes. Yeah. So wonderful platform. Thank you so much for tuning in with us. I really loved your talk, and I'm sure everyone at the audience did. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So that was the end of our first talk. Folks, if you have any question, please head over to the live chat that's happening on YouTube and shoot your questions. If time permits, we would be very happy to take it. Without wasting any time, let's head over to the second talk that we have. And this one is interesting. So picture this, you have a blank AWS account and your goal is to build an application architecture that just scales to millions. How would you construct such an infrastructure to handle this? Lydia Haley, staff DevRel engineer at Vercel, will be breaking this down in her next talk titled Architecting a Scalable Infrastructure for Your Cutting Edge Web App.
Hi everyone, my name is Lydia Halley, and today I'll be talking about pretty much everything that we have to keep in mind when we want to build a successful and scalable web app. Because knowing how to code is of course extremely important and a very big part of actually building a product, but there's a whole lot more to it. It's 2022 and users expect quite a lot from your website. Users want to have a fast and smooth experience no matter where they're located, and no one wants to sign up to a product that just doesn't feel secure or often goes offline. And it's not just the user side that matters. As developers, we also want to have a great experience. And it's not only the user side that matters. If we go a layer deeper, so to the developer experience, there's also a lot that we have to keep in mind. Because as developers, we want to have a streamlined and secure environment that allows us to work in the most efficient way possible. So how can we get both a good user and a good developer experience? Well, it all kind of boils down to just having a solid infrastructure. We need to have a secure, performant, scalable, and developer-friendly infrastructure. Having a solid infrastructure has a direct impact on the success of your product, but it's not always easy to know which products or solutions make the most sense for your use case. So in this talk, I'll be covering two approaches. But first, let's see what we're actually working with here. So for this talk, I created like a fake crypto demo. Again, in no way related to actual crypto, it's just a demo. But I figured it's something that we see pretty often nowadays. And although it looks very simple on the outside, when we actually peel back the layers, there's a whole lot more to it that we have to keep in mind and that we have to do before we can actually show this to users. In real life, of course, we also have to think of all the other pages that would be on the website, but for now, let's just focus on this one single page. So on this page, an authenticated user can see their current balance, some popular assets, and also the latest news. Pretty straightforward. Now, as a user, there are a couple of things that we would expect from a page like this. The first one is we want the page to load quickly, no matter if I'm in America, in Europe, in Asia. But ideally, it's also not just that initial load that's fast. For example, like rendering a skeleton UI, we want the complete content to be rendered as quickly as possible. So this means that we have to make sure that our API endpoints can return data quickly and render this to the client. And we also should optimize some static assets like images, maybe by using the latest image format to make sure that they're using less data. We also don't want a website that often goes offline for whatever reason. It should just feel like a secure product that people can trust. A single DDoS attack shouldn't overload our service and lead to downtime, for example. Lastly, we also have to make sure that the data that we render is always up to date. So this means that the API endpoint should be able to handle a lot of frequent requests. Now let's actually go deeper and go to the developer experience, because there's also a lot of stuff that we expect or actually require to make this work well. Even if you're just on your own for now and you're like, I don't need a good developer experience, it's just me, you need to make sure that you feel in control in case anything happens. You should be able to monitor your website, and if your team suddenly grows, it should be an easy transition. So as developers, we need to access performance insights to monitor how well the website is doing and how our users are interacting with it. We also need to have a high iteration speed to be able to, deploy new features quickly, but also bug fixes. And if something goes wrong, we should be able to roll back quickly. The deploys themselves should be automated in a secure way, leading to no downtime and just making it easy for us to stay focused on developing the product. And of course, also a very important thing, we don't want to spend too much money and maybe, go bankrupt in a week after launching. Now, the next layer, so the infrastructure layer, is essentially what enables both a good developer and a good user experience. So for the infrastructure layer, we also need to make sure that we're doing certain things. For example, to efficiently serve the static assets, we need to think of a storage solution and also a CDN to make sure that users from all over the world will get a good user experience and fast loading times. To host fast API endpoints, we need to spin up high availability servers and make sure that they can get overloaded easily by using stuff like load balancers, automatic scaling, and so on. For the authentication middleware that we use on the page, we need to use stuff like edge functions, so small functions that run at the edge and can intercept the requests that might eventually go to our resources. We also need to find a good solution to optimize the images to make sure that they're using the latest image format, and of course a CI/CD solution to have those smooth deploys. And lastly, of course, although maybe it's an obvious one, but we should be able to use our own custom domain. So we have to think of a DNS solution, SSL, all those things. Now, when we combine this all together, it looks pretty overwhelming. So even though the page looked so simple and straightforward on the outside, when we actually see what we have to do and keep in mind before we can actually serve this to our users, there's a whole lot that we have to figure out. But for now, let's just focus on that infrastructure layer first. Let's see what we actually have to do to implement this. Now, first, I'll cover that manual approach to using a cloud provider. Now, there are a few popular ones like AWS, Google Cloud, Azure. For now, I'll just use AWS for no reason. It's just easier to focus on one instead of, having to make those comparisons all the time. So AWS actually provides separate solutions for all of these infrastructure needs that we have. Now, knowing which solutions to choose is only the first step because AWS has many options to choose from. We also have to combine them all together into a streamlined architecture. Walk through this step by step to see what we're actually trying to achieve here. So let's just start with the static assets, including the statically rendered page, but also images, JavaScript bundles, CSS, all those things. So we need a service that can efficiently serve these assets. And in Amazon, we can use Amazon S3. Now, I won't go into like the implementation of actual like S3 and how you can use this in the dashboard. It's just kind of a high level walkthrough of everything that we have to do here. So first we have to create a bucket, which is a single region bucket. So for example, by default, this is US 1. So in Virginia, US East Coast. Now we can upload our static assets to this bucket through in the dashboard or the CLI, however you want to do it. And after uploading them, they're now available in that single region bucket. Now again, this wouldn't be very performant if our users constantly had to make that request to that one region. If you're not close to the US East Coast, you're in like Europe or in Asia, it might take a pretty long time to actually request those assets. So instead, we can use a content delivery network. On AWS, we can use Amazon CloudFront for this. So by creating and configuring a CloudFront distribution and linking this to that bucket that we just created, CloudFront can intercept the requests and cache these assets closer to the user. So the next time they request it, it doesn't have to go all the way to the S3 bucket, it just gets it from that CloudFront cache. Now we're almost there. Although not really, but we have that CDN and we have that static storage. So the next step is to actually link our custom domain. Now in this case, we'll just assume that we've bought that domain on like a domain name registrar like Namecheap, GoDaddy, and so on. So we have that domain, we just have to link it to what we just created. On Amazon, we can use Route 53 as our DNS service. So in Route 53, we have to create a public hosted zone for that specific domain. And within this zone, we then have to create an alias record, like a special type of DNS record, that essentially tells Route 53, like, hey, if there's a DNS query coming in for our domain, it should point to the CloudFront distribution that we just created. Now, the very last step, which is kind of just an extra step, but we don't want to serve the dashboard if a user isn't authenticated. So to create a middleware that runs at the edge, we can use CloudFront functions. So CloudFront functions allow us to write small pieces of code that run at the edge, which we can, for example, use to validate and manipulate the requests and responses that go through CloudFront. Since they're running at the edge, though, you have to make sure that they're very small and the execution time should only be less than 1 millisecond for CloudFront functions. Again, there's also other solutions that you can use like Cloudflare workers, but for now, let's just stay in the AWS world. So let's just assume that we just push the code there that tells like if a user isn't authenticated, then just return them back to the home page. So after setting this all up, we can finally serve static content. But that's only the very first step because now we have to handle the API endpoints. Let's say that in our app, we just created an Express server that exposes some API endpoints like balance, assets, and news, from which we can fetch the data that we render in the dashboard. Now to deploy this server code, there are a couple of options that we can choose from, but one of them is Amazon EC2. So with EC2, we can create a cloud server that's capable of serving our application and only pay for its use by the hour. Now there are a couple of things that we have to do when we create an instance like this, like choosing the right machine image, CPU, memory, basically anything that we expect our application needs. Now, we also have to think of making this future-proof, because maybe initially we only expect a couple dozen people, like our friends, to use our application, but if it suddenly goes viral on TikTok or on Hacker News, it should be able to handle this sudden spike in traffic. Now, of course, we could just create, 10 instances just to be sure, but that wouldn't be very cost efficient if they aren't being used anyway, and you'd have to monitor the CPU usage yourself to like up and downscale, which is probably not the best use of your time. Instead, we can automate this using Amazon EC2 autoscaling. This is a service that allows us to automatically up or downscale based on certain conditions that we can configure. For example, we can configure that if the CPU goes to 60%, so if there's a sudden spike in traffic, it should scale up. But then if it suddenly goes down to like 45%, it should scale back down again. So this makes sure that we aren't unnecessarily paying for instances or keep instances running for no reason. Now this is already a huge improvement, but we also have to make sure that the incoming traffic is balanced equally across all the running instances. We don't want one instance to get all the traffic while the other ones are kind of just sitting there. To balance this incoming traffic, we can use a load balancer like Elastic Load Balancing. So this load balancer automatically distributes all the traffic coming in to all the running EC2 instances. Finally, we just have to connect that load balancer to the rest of the application. Now you can see here that there's actually an extra step. I'm not just connecting it to Route 53, but I'm connecting it to the application web firewall. This service helps us protect our app and our API from common web exploits like DDoS attack, cross-site scripting, SQL injections, and so on. So this way we can make sure that attackers or bots cannot compromise our security or use excessive resources, which could cost us a lot of money and so on. Now we're almost there, but we also have to figure out how we can optimize the images. And for this, we can actually use API Gateway in combination with AWS Lambda. So we can create a serverless function and deploy that to AWS Lambda. And within this function, we can convert images from, say, JPEG, PNG, to a newer format, which is called WebP, which allows us to get like a similar quality to JPEG and PNG, but a much smaller size. Now again, I won't really go into the implementation of this, but we could, for example, use sharp, convert the image, and then store this in S3 with the name of the image. Now, if a user requests an image that isn't available in S3 yet, so it hasn't been requested, hasn't been generated, the user gets temporarily redirected to API Gateway and triggers the Lambda. Now, after generating the image, API Gateway returns a permanent redirect to the image location. So the next time a user requests it, it will just get it from the S3 bucket instead of having to invoke that Lambda again. Now, next up is the developer side, and we actually want to enable automatic deployments, and for this we can use AWS Code Pipeline. Now, within this pipeline, we can configure a source to trigger a code build, which can, for example, be a GitHub webhook. So anytime we push the main or merge anything in the main branch, it triggers a deployment to the production environment. So we can build all the artifacts, test the code, and eventually configure code deploy to deploy the code to all the necessary resources like S3, EC2, Lambda, you name it. Now, to monitor all the resources that we just created, we can use Amazon CloudWatch. We can create an alarm in this based on certain metrics. Maybe we want to know like the CPI utilization of an instance or an auto-scaling group, or the total amount of objects in an S3 bucket. So anytime something might go wrong, we can get a notification and proactively make changes to our infrastructure. Now, you might see this and think, okay, but why didn't you use this tool or that tool instead? Now, there isn't just one architecture that's best. There's just multiple things that you have to take into consideration when you're building an architecture, like scalability, performance, cost efficiency, maintenance, user experience, developer experience, and so on. Making the right architectural choices, though, can be very, very difficult if you aren't a DevOps engineer. Especially if your application suddenly grows, you need new features and new architecture to keep things running smoothly and securely. And in most cases, you find that you either need to hire someone specialized in DevOps or actually spend time learning all of these things yourself. And of course, this isn't a bad thing, but if we just want to ship a product, there are just so many more things that we can do with our time instead of setting up and maintaining the infrastructure of our application. Ideally, we just want to stay focused on developing the product instead of, having to worry about choosing the right services, the right cloud provider, and so on. And this is exactly where platforms like Vercel can really, really help you out. Instead of having to set up, connect, and maintain all these separate services to get that good user and good developer experience, all you have to do is just deploy to Vercel to get most of these features, if not all of these features, out of the box. Instead of having to set up our own architecture, we can let Vercel automatically provision the architecture that we need by simply writing code. Now, we can either use a zero-config framework to use Vercel's platform, or we can use the build output API to use Vercel's platform no matter what framework you're using. Files located in the static folder are automatically hosted, optimized, and cached at the edge. And in the functions folder, we can easily create serverless functions, so node-based functions that run in a single region, or we can create edge functions, so functions that run at the edge by simply just exporting the handler. Instead of having to set up Route 53 with Web Application Firewall, Vercel automatically assigns unique domains to each preview deployment, which we can then also link to our own custom domain. Vercel also provides functionality to automatically block malicious attacks to your website. Next, instead of having to set up S3 with CloudFront to efficiently serve the static assets, Vercel automatically statically optimizes the assets and distributes them globally with the Vercel Edge Network. The Vercel Edge Network also enables Edge middleware, meaning that instead of having to use CloudFront functions, we can simply create a function with the Edge runtime and specify that it should be treated as middleware by configuring the middleware path in the config file. By doing this, we tell Vercel that this function should be executed as Edge middleware for the paths that we specify. Instead of having to set up our own high availability servers, load balancing, and auto-scaling, Vercel automatically creates scalable and performance serverless functions for us. We can do this by, again, creating a function, but this time with the node runtime. And instead of having to configure API Gateway and AWS Lambda to optimize images, Vercel does this for you automatically. If you want to optimize local images, you simply have to point the image source to the Vercel image path, followed by the URL of the image and the dimensions that you'd like to use. If you're using external images, you can easily optimize them as well by just providing the external domain in the config file. Lastly, instead of having to set up CloudWatch or other analytics tools to keep track of your resources, Vercel automatically provides insights for you after deployment, including the most requested paths, bandwidth, total amount of requests, and also important function information, such as the invocation, execution time, and CPU utilization. Vercel also automatically provides functionality to see logs coming in from your functions. Now, all we have to do is just deploy to Vercel, and Vercel will automatically take care of provisioning all the resources required to create a secure, scalable, and performant infrastructure for you under the hood. Once your project has been deployed, you can instantly monitor the performance of your application, see logs come in, link a domain without having to worry about DNS or SSL, set up notifications, and so on. We can also easily connect GitHub to it to always get a preview link whenever, for example, we open a PR. And this makes collaboration so much easier. So instead of having to think of your own infrastructure, we can just stay focused on building our product in the most performant way. Now, again, it's of course not a bad thing to handle your own infrastructure instead of letting Vercel do it. But time is money, and provisioning and maintaining your app's infrastructure can take a lot of time. All we want here is to get that good user and good developer experience. So in most cases, you really don't need that extra customization, configuration that these manual approaches provide. This can be difficult, especially since, web apps get more complex and users' expectations are high. If you'd like to know more about Vercel's Build Output API and see how you can use the platform, make sure to check out the docs. Thank you so much for coming to my talk.
Thank you, Lydia. That was one interesting talk. Before we head on to the subsequent talks, I hope you're having a great fun. So before we head on, we would like to take all of you a short coffee break. So go grab your coffees, teas, or whatever you would like to drink and join us back in a few minutes. See you.
React India. 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 React. React India. 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 React. React India. React India. React. React India. 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 React. React India. React India. React. React. React India. React India. React.
Hello, everyone. I hope you had a good break. Moving forward, we have even exciting talks ahead of us. But first, let's take a panel discussion, maybe. There is no successful React conference without discussing design systems. So I hope you don't miss this one. So coming next, we have with us Ashish Gupta, Kamlesh Channani, Meenu Makar, Shruti Basla, and Siddharth, who will be having a panel discussion about design system. I hope we don't run out for time on this one. So we have Ashish with us, and rest of the folks will join. Hi, Meenu.
Yeah, hi, Megan.
Hi, Shruti.
Hi. Hi.
Siddharth will join. And come. We'll just wait for a few seconds for Siddharth and Kamlesh to join, and then get started with this panel. Hello, Siddharth.
Hi.
Just waiting for a few seconds for Kamlesh to join. Get started with this. So I think we have a glitch. We are just waiting for Kamlesh to join back. Get started with this.
Yeah, like uh, Ashish, we can like carry on for like
Alright, so hey guys, thanks for joining in. So we are have a discussion regarding the design system. I'll quickly introduce myself. I'm Ashish. I work for the front system as a solution architect, and I've spent like a lot of my time in my career dealing with front end stuff, designing the design systems, building reusable components for enterprise level products. So, to start with, first of all, I'd like to welcome everyone. So, when we talk about design system, the first thing which comes to our mind is the evolution of design system, because it's not something which you just cannot plan it into it in one go. So it's an evolution of design system. So on that topic, maybe I think I'd like to pass on to Siddharth first, since he is a design engineer with GitHub. Maybe Siddharth, what's your take on the evolution of design system?
Yeah, I think that's a very loaded question. As to like how far back in history they want to go. And I think it's like a common mistake to make when you think of design system to think of things like components and CSS. But design systems as a concept are like much older. Where like when there were kingdoms in the world and not countries, they used to have a documented system where this is what the kingdom would be referred as. This is the emblem. This is the color, right? Like ships would have the same consistent design language, and that they had a system back then, even before like technology was that popular. And like that's the farthest back I can remember. Then of course print design happened, and then newspapers and brands started printing advertisements, and there was a consistent design language there. So I think the technology and the needs have always changed, but the concept at the end of the day has always remained the same. It doesn't matter what artifacts are shipping, but it matters that they all follow the same, they look like this from the same brand, whether that brand sells sandals for the beach or whether they conquer other countries. But the language has always been the goal.
Yes, whenever you say design system represent the brand, it represents a country, and it doesn't only limit it to the area, but it represents the country's vision, country's mission, and uh, it goes to far as not just people, but it goes to marketing and all the aspects of it. So, moving on to everything away from Sunday, what do you think how the evolution works when you actually build out the design system and plan out components?
Yeah, I think adding on to what Siddharth just mentioned, um, like we have been in the phases where we had um, like we had like design languages or let's say style guides on our design tools, and similarly on in the code side we had like some reusable styles or some variables that would just people would just use and just build on top of it. Over the time, it's like it has gotten a defined name and scope that okay, it has to do much better than just the tool and the code. And I guess it has gone one level up to like how does it represent your brand identity. So that's how things have started evolving, and I guess I always keep going back to Apple. Like for me, the design system, like when you talk about design system, like as of today, if you take like let's say an iPhone or let's say a MacBook and an iWatch, if you place them all together stacked, like all of them have like the same border radius, and that's basically how they have started. Like that's what reveals how much they care about those.
excuse me, folks. Can you all be a little louder? Because like the audience is having a hard time getting it. So try to be
All
a
right.
like two volumes up or something.
Right. Sure. So yeah, I think it has evolved from just style guides and reusable CSS variables to better systems and abstractions, where people just don't see that okay, it's just a design or a website or a product page. but it's more about how it represents your brand, or how does it reveals your brand identity.
Yep, rightly said, Kamlesh. So maybe Minu, I'd like to ask you, when you talk about the design system, it has a lot of technical aspect as well. So it has its own language, it has its own base. Now we build things on top of that. So maybe you can talk about a little bit about what's your experience with design system.
Yeah, I totally agree with Kamlesh, what Kamlesh said. It has now an impact, like people are feeling impact of design systems. Like if a brand is building, uh, if they try to make it like everything similar, people will start recognizing, okay, that's that brand. That comes with design systems. Like if there's a feel which is same everywhere. If we talk about like Zomato, if they start having different things in and around, people will not like it. So I think it is evolving and the impact is evolving. So therefore, design system, we are talking much more about it right now because people are recognizing the importance of things right now.
So we can say that it's kind of a de facto standard with almost all the products because all products carry its own design language. That's their own identity. Okay, so Shruti, next into you. What do you think about how the design systems can be extended, or how can we modify for any specific use cases?
Hi everyone. Yeah, I think design system it is so vast that each company or each product will have to figure out their own way. It cannot be same. You cannot just go and look up at somebody else's design system and copy because every product is different. Every service is different. You will have to see what is more important to you and what needs to be consistent in your domain, and then go according to that. Probably you can copy certain aspects or see that yeah, it has to have a style guide, it has to probably have some colors, it has to have these components, but then it has to each company has to have their own language or tone, and they have to align it according to that. And it's a forever growing thing. It's not like you sit for a few days and you build the whole design system and it's done, go. You can't do that. You'll have to keep working on it. It's something that keeps evolving. It has been evolving, like Siddharth said, from ages. And yeah, looking forward to see how far it's going to evolve and where it's going to reach.
Okay, so the next thing which comes to my mind is, does the design system restrict us in any way? And I know the designer's perspective can be different, a developers or a technical person will have a different perspective to it. So now we have Siddharth, who is our design guy. So I'll throw this question in front of you, Siddharth. Do you think there any limitation when you think about any product, or when you think about what next can be?
I think, I just like to clarify the question. Do you mean restrictions in the sense of what restrictions do design systems put on the people who work with it, or in terms of like broader ecosystems?
So, does it restrict you in your creativity in any way?
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I understand. Yes, definitely. And a lot of it is by design, and a lot of it is it's one of those things which is like a feature or a bug you would decide for yourself. And it's funny because we were talking about it like maybe an hour ago, where it's the intention is that you have a set of constraints that help you focus on the right problem. So you don't spend too much time about how should a dialogue look. You spend more time on what should the dialogue say and how should you show the dialogue, when should you show the dialogue. So things like UX, things like what are the outcomes that you want the users to be, and less on aesthetics, because aesthetics and patterns are taken care. But at the same time, I feel like you have to break the system a little to evolve the system. If you strictly stick to what's already there, then you would end up using the system 100%. There will be adoption, but it doesn't necessarily mean that UI would be good or the product would be usable. So I think at times you have to break it. There's a friction there, but I think it's an intentional friction. And it's definitely like I feel for product designers because I think they have a harder job where they have to break it and then try to bring it back. It's a lot of like balancing act, I'd say. So definitely restricts the creativity depending on who you ask, it's either good for them or bad for them.
Yep, absolutely. Because you already have a baseline in your mind when you are designing or when you are into a creative process, and it becomes really difficult at times when you have to build something which is more intuitive, but keeping in mind that you already have a baseline in front of you. So I totally understand that it's a balancing act altogether, and if we do it right, we are successful. Okay, so if we think about this aspect technically, like when we are laying out or when we are converting the designs to the actual product. So maybe Kamlesh, what do you think? Does it pose any restrictions, or does it restrict you in any way?
Okay, so I'll just talk about some recent instances at least of it. So um, it's basically till like some time back we didn't had like a proper design system, but like few guidelines. But again, it was restricted to few set of designers. Um, but the moment the system started coming in place, all of a sudden, sometimes people just thought that okay, because it's a system, it has boundaries, which means we would be restricting. So that was a psychological thing that everyone started thinking about. But then that was kind of like creating friction as well, because that's obvious. People would be like, no, it just restricts our creativity, and that's a lot of buzz around as well. That okay, design system comes in the stage of creativity, so everyone just jumped on that hype train, and then what we did in some parts is again trying to find a balance. So I was just hearing to one podcast where Diana, who's the director at I guess GitHub, she just mentioned that there's something called divergence and convergence, where you just tell people go out wild, try out ideas, and then come back and see if that is what your system could fulfill. Um, I kind of like that thought process, and we experimented with few teams. At some places it worked out where we ask people that you just go out wild, figure out what you want, just forget that there exists a system, come back and we'll see if the system could fulfill it. A lot of places it just worked. Like people went out, tried out wild ideas, they came back, we tried to put it in the system and it just worked without killing your creativity. At few places it didn't work, and that's why we took calls that okay, over here we want to give flexibility to people and then not restrict them to just use our system. Because for example, if someone wants to try out a very like an experimental thing, right, or an experimental experience, you can't just tell them, okay, you it's an experiment, but you just go out with these set of constraints. So there are places where we kind of let them go out of the system, implement it, even though it comes at the cost of that. Okay, we would need to refactor it once we know that this succeed or this fail. So we kind of tried both the approaches. So it's not just one thing that applies all, but yeah, one thing that we have sticked upon is like go about divergence and convergence. Like just don't start with system. Start with your wild ideas. Come back with the system fixing. If not, you'll brainstorm and then again we'll figure out on it.
Yep. So I think it's resonating with what Siddharth also mentioned, that it's a balancing act altogether to build the right product with the right design system in place. Okay, so the next thing which is in my mind is maybe Shruti, over to you. So what do you think when we talk about internationalization or localization? Is there any impact on the design system? And what do you feel? How can we take care of these aspects when we are designing or when we are building any design system?
Yeah, it again depends on like your support, and do you immediately have to support? Is your product already worldwide, or is it just at the beginning stage? And I think it has to be taken step by step depending on that. And it's a very huge challenge because you'll have to consider so many aspects, and it has to be in place, because otherwise the developers will be confused, and eventually everybody will be confused. So it that also has to go a lot of back and forth, in my opinion, to support internationalization, because there are languages and there are so many factors to consider. And it just depends on your product, but it cannot be done in a single day, is what I feel. It is a challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's not just about the language or the locale.
Yes.
It is more about what region or application is getting hosted in, what are the users, in which locale they are, because like we all know about RTL. So for some of the regions, entire website just changes itself, and it is like purely based on the localization and internationalization. So yeah, absolutely right. So, Meenu, maybe I have another question for you. So, when we talk about design systems, the very important thing, or we all talked about that as well, which is branding. So, what do you think? What should be the baseline, or how branding plays a bigger role? Or do we evolve branding as well with design systems?
Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
definitely.
Like
Like
when
when
I
I
talk
talk
about
about
branding
branding
design,
design,
it
it
typically
typically
means
means
the
the
logo
logo
should
should
be
be
according to
according to
the
the
design
design
system,
system,
the
the
color
color
scheme,
scheme,
the
the
typography,
typography,
and
and
other
other
design
design
components.
components.
You
You
cannot
cannot
just
just
make
make
a
a
component
component
library
library
and
and
say,
say,
okay,
okay,
this is all about design system, and you have to do a lot of really a lot of stuff related to design system which goes user facing. Like if you want to stand your brand out from competitors, you'll have to be recognizable by the consumers of the brand. So branding plays a important role in is what I think.
Okay, yeah, that's right. So, coming to the next things, we have so many popular design systems in market. Now, maybe so that your perspective on when you design things, how does the popular design systems which are already established, how does that give you inspiration of writing or designing your own design system in a better way, or is it like a plain field and you be creative and think about it and just go forward with that?
Yeah, I think all the design system teams definitely look at each other for inspiration and ideas. Um, the ones I keep going back to are there's Shopify for Polaris, there's Atlassian's Atlas Kit, there's Adobe Spectrum, and I used to look at GitHub's Primer before I started working on GitHub Primer. Um, but then I think there's also a lot of inspiration from like not design system land. Um, so for example, the atomic CSF movement, which is like super old but popularized again with Tailwind. And there's some exciting things happening in the CSF and JS world with things like vanilla extract. So I think there's a lot of like ideas. There's another thing that recently launched. I want to say it's called base tokens. I might be wrong about that. But there's a lot of inspiration from a bunch of directions that kind of go together. And it's almost like you have to keep an open eye on things. And then sometimes you see something and you're like, this would solve some of the problems we have. So you try to take ideas from there or adopt something from there.
Okay, so I'd like to maybe hear from Meenu you also. What is your exposure to the established design systems? Do you like recommend going ahead and using it to build, or maybe smaller products and build from scratch for people into that? That's what it.
Yeah, so I recently have gone through US design system. Like they follow that in every website that they have, that is a government website, US government design system. That was really cool. I would like to incorporate that in India's websites that they have, the EPAN, or like uh, they made this the COVID one. Like it would be really cool to have a design system for all the government websites. They have really put all the guidelines, like how do they follow. They also have a showcase of that, like they are following that in each and every website that goes live from the government side. So I really like that.
So that all, whenever you are, let's say, browsing some other application belonging to the same umbrella, you already have that feeling that yes, I've seen this somewhere. Now this is related.
Yeah.
So you can actually look at the design language of any product, and maybe in your head, not intentionally, but in your head you can relate. Okay, I've seen this somewhere. Yes, this is what this is, and then you maybe relate things. Okay, so one of the last few topics which I have in mind is, now there are different business models. Like we talk about B two B, we talk about B two C, then we talk about B two B two C. So how does the design system works in that way? Because when we talk about B two B, it's like we are selling our business. When we say B two C, it's like consumers are consuming it. But when we extend our business used by the third party companies, now another thing which comes into picture is branding, giving branding uh, options to the.
Let's take one last question for this panel, and we'll move to the next talks.
Sure. So yeah, continuing to what I was saying, how do you think that design system differ for these things, for B2B and for B2C and for B2B2C? Maybe we'll quickly wrap it up. I'll like to hear from Kamlesh. What do you think?
Um, I think having a design system or a design language should not be restricted to whether your business model is a B2B or a B2C, because in the end, what you reveal is a brand, right? Now that brand remains same for B2B, B2C, or like B2B, B2C. So, like the brands that we actually admire about, they have all these things kind of baked in into all their verticals. So, like because these are your branding guidelines, you can bake into your product. And if you have that, I guess you would literally get rid of all these barriers when you're actually building products, and you don't have to think about, okay, this is B2B, so I should maybe use the system or maybe not. Versus you already have some base and you just extend on top of it. Could be the case that your B2B would have some more use cases, but if you think that they could become part of the system and could benefit other products as well, I think products, the kind of or category of product should not hinder what goes into your design system.
Okay, so last thoughts from you, Siddharth. What do you think about this?
I don't honestly know because I mostly agree with Kamlesh that it shouldn't make a difference. The only place that I think it might make a difference is if you have like a marketplace where third-party companies can also make plugins, and then it's like your design system is not just for internal users; it's also like there are other developers who are also your users, and they build things for your end users, and that kind of creates I think the problem is like 10 times harder to. But I have a lot of examples of people who have had to do that. Salesforce is the only example I can think of, and their design system is like rightfully well documented, complex. But I think for the rest of us, I think the business model, at least like my design system team is shielded away from the business model. The model could change, but our day-to-day wouldn't really change.
I totally understand that and totally get it. So I think that is this is the end of this session. So thank you so much, guys, for taking out time and talking about it. Uh, Megha, over to you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, folks. That was a lovely panel discussion. And now we will move to our next talks. So,
All right.
And yeah,
thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Cool. So, moving forward, we would be having Ekansh Arora with us. So, to introduce his talk, I'll just share with you. Like, have you ever like tried thinking low code in React? So in this talk, Ikansh will share insights over building low code components in React, and why in the first place you should like care more about low code and borrow ideas about designing better APIs in React. So let's, without any further delay, I'll have Ikansh on the stage and he'll uh, move forward with this talk. So Ikansh, you can proceed.
Thank you, Megha. I'll just quickly share my screen. Hopefully that's visible. And let's get started. So I'm going to talk about low code for React developers. Before we dive in, I'm a developer advocate at Agora. My name is Ikansh. I speak JavaScript and maintain the Agora React Native UI kits. And I also make terrible music covers. You can follow me on GitHub for all of those cool things. So before we jump into why low code, let's discuss what low code entails. I couldn't find a good definition, so I, like a new developer, built my own. So I just like to say it's an abstraction to simplify developer experience that let you focus on things that matter. What I mean by that is something I can explain with a quick diagram. So you have your CPU where you execute your binary instructions. On top of that, we built assembly because writing binary was hard. Assembly sort of paved the way for programming in general, but we don't use it anymore because we have better abstractions like high-level languages, C++, Java, JavaScript that are built on top where they have nice syntax, and then you can build programs. And I'll argue that the next logical step was libraries. You have things like Node.js, which can be talked as a high-level language based on JavaScript or a runtime. But you have libraries like Express, which make writing programs much simpler, which abstract away things like the HTTP protocol and let you interact by focusing on things that actually matter instead of like fighting with the protocol, for example. And the next logical step, in my opinion, is again low code and no code. It's important to understand that this is not a direct way up, like the things further down in the chain, but this sort of exists in a transitionary phase alongside libraries. And we'll try to explore sort of what differentiates low code and libraries and what sort of paradigm this has become. So traditionally, video call, let's take an example of video calls because we are on one, and Agora also builds video solutions. We build SDKs for developers, and we've seen customers or developers write thousands of lines of code to sort of create a video call and get started with real-time engagement, right? And what we've seen with low code, I think Palash gave a fantastic talk earlier today about abstracting away those details of WebRTC from the user. So we've done something similar where we have a UI kit. We've been working on this for over a year, where you have this React component that you plug in to your component tree in any application, and it sort of renders out the entire video calling screen for you. You can pass in some configuration, styling, things like that. So this is sort of a cool example of how low code enables you to focus on the rest of your application, and you can abstract away this one piece, someone else managing it for you. A lot of cool companies are doing great things in low code. These are some of them. And we have WordPress sitting right at the top. So why should you care, right? Like there's cool companies doing it, but there's a Gartner report which says by 2024, 65% of all application development will be sort of based on low code. And that's a huge, massive number, right? So if that's not enough, I mean, WordPress is still king, according to me, and everyone else on Twitter. Even though everyone hates PHP, almost half the internet runs on WordPress. And if you don't believe me, there's some metrics. And it's not like a dying trend because every year we see 3 to 4% more increase in websites running WordPress. That's one Shopify every year. That's a cool tweet that you can go ahead and check out. So before I sell you more low-code ideas, when you search low-code, is it the future? Before you get that result, it's the first result is actually why is low-code bad? And I think the biggest problem we've seen as an industry is we have built incorrect abstractions, and that has led to developer frustration. That's what gives low code like a bad name. What I mean by that is, imagine this instance where you have this low code tool which does some magic, and you want to do something specific, your needs grow, you find out that your users want something else, and that isn't supported by the low code library. What do? Do you just throw it out and like build everything from scratch? That's sort of what it's been like, at least till a few years ago, where we thought of low code as this one thing that just solves for a niche use case. And if you outgrow that use case, you throw that away and then you build your own thing again, right from scratch. And that's just why developers have hated low code for so long. And if there's one takeaway that you take from this talk, is extensibility is king. I think what WordPress has sort of done right is, you pick a WordPress theme, you launch your website super quick, and then you can iteratively build on top of it. You can still write PHP plugins that play nicely together, and it's just built this great ecosystem. So let's take a quick example of how that works in React. So there's this cool library called React Native Gifted Chat. It's phenomenal. It's like the most popular chat UI for React Native. They have about 12,000 stars. And the way they solve this problem is by using React props. And I took this code from their example on GitHub. And you immediately see this becomes a problem to maintain. They have a style for quick reply, which is something their users wanted. So they built that out. Their users probably wanted infinite scroll, so they added that to the library. And this becomes clunky quite quickly. And each time you want to add this custom behavior, you have to add another prop, which is great for most use cases, but might not be the best pattern. Let's take a look at Recharts, which is another React library. Again, around 19,000 stars, super popular. It lets you build charts, and you have different types of charts like lines, area chart, all of these cool things. The way it has tackled this low-code idea is that it gives you primitives that you can combine together. And React is all about composition, right? You compose your components together, and it sort of follows that same pattern. And it's almost infinitely customizable, because you can then remove the x-axis, you can plug in something else, you can take out some components, put some components again. You can really customize how that looks, which wouldn't have been possible with just passing props. It still uses props in some places, which makes sense. So you have to figure out what sort of make that decision for your use case, and sort of how you can play around and design your API. The next thing I want to talk about is how you can access low-level code. React Native Skia has come up with like this really cool pattern that I want to talk about. And if you don't know what React Native Skia is, it's a graphics library where you can use the Skia engine, which is used by Flutter inside of React Native. And you can draw cool shapes like this one. That's the Hello World example. So what they do is it's based off of like an imperative API, where you can functionally call different methods and create things, and render it to like a canvas equivalent. But that doesn't feel like the best API for our framework, which is React. They give you a declarative API where you can use components, plug them together, compose them, and this works great. But what if there's some use case or some example that you want to build that isn't easily expressible by just composition? So they give you like an escape hatch where you can plug in this drawing component and pass in your imperative function, and still sort of achieve exactly the functionality you would have wanted without having to throw away this declarative syntactic sugar that's built for React. Now, these examples are cool. How do you combine them to your use case, right? I quickly want to take a second to talk about escape hatches. They're an intentional leak in the abstraction layer that lets you reach out to the underlying system. And a quick example would be setting the inner HTML using the dangerously set inner HTML in React. What this lets you do is break out of the React rendering pattern, where your state renders and maintains the DOM. What you can do is sort of specify and manipulate a DOM node and tell React that, hey, don't worry about this. I just want to directly, edit my HTML, and you can like forget that this exists, and then React will stop looking at it and let you manage some aspect of your application. it has great taxonomy that, hey, this is something that you probably shouldn't use, but adding that dangerously set in HTML would allow for a lot of things. Like I think Monaco editor uses this, where it wouldn't simply be possible with the rendering pattern that React offers. So having these leaks is great for making sure that all use cases are covered that you can't foresee. So putting this together, let's come back to a UIK example that we've built out. We have props where you can define what the functionality looks like to customize the experience. For example, we're using layout as a grid. The next thing we do is give you components that you can plug in together. So instead of using this high-level component, you can plug in these React contexts, get access to data, and then pass them on to your UI. So things like the grid, the local controls, that's the two segmented pieces. And this goes on further where that local controls can now become buttons, and you can recompose them, move them around, and get real flexible with how you want to display the layout. The last thing that we let you do is to access the underlying web SDK, which is to say that, let's say there's an example in the UI kit where you want to do something that we haven't accounted for. Let's say the SDK launched with virtual backgrounds, and the UI kit is catching up to enable that functionality inside. You don't have to wait up or throw away the UI kit. What you can simply do is access the underlying SDK and do anything that the SDK can offer. So here's an example of how to access the client from the context and then call methods on that client. So ultimate flexibility is sort of what enables you to truly make some use like scalable real world applications. Now, one thing I also want to answer is how do you decide the level of abstraction to do, right? And I put this example today, thinking about React India. So when you're coming to the event, you probably have multiple steps that you follow. And I'm talking to this in this example without going into JavaScript or React, because I sort of want to drive home what this actually means. So you have a few functions, a few steps that you have to take to achieve getting here, meeting cool people, you start your car and drive here, all of that. This is not to say that you should abstract all of this into a function or a method called do React India stuff. This is really bad abstraction. What I'm saying is you should do something like group things that make sense to be grouped together. For example, your open car door, get in car and start engine can be grouped into travel to, which can tell you that, hey, I'm going to React India, you take them together, and the user has to write less code, which is quicker to start with. But it's all about striking that balance, right? Like this is something that they talked in the previous talk as well, where it's an act of balancing these things out. But let's say you decided that this is the abstraction you want to build, but then your user comes with a use case that, hey, I wanted to check the mirror before I start my engine. And that's a completely valid use case, which we haven't accounted for yet. So one thing that I really like, and I haven't seen enough people do, is give users access to events. We've all seen JavaScript events, and it's such a cool pattern for low code, especially that you can tell the user exactly what's happening in the library. Let's say you've gotten in the car, you emit an event that you're inside the car before you start the engine. The user can listen for this event in the app and bind something like check mirror as a function. Now, when they call the travel to React India function or method, they'll see that, hey, this function check mirror gets automatically called by the library or the SDK or the low-code tool, whatever you want to call it, and then they can follow through with the rest of their application. So this sort of lets you bundle things together, but also give access to events which people can listen to, perform side effects. These events can be blocking, non-blocking, and you can just have a good time and offer that flexibility to your users. A quick example of this is when you launch the UI kit for our product, you click the end call button, you just notice that nothing happens. It's because it's a very hard opinion to sort of solve for, because let's say you want to close the browser tab when that button gets clicked, you want to redirect the user to another page. I can't take these decisions for you. So what I do is give you a callback where I can just pass in a function, and I just call that function for you whenever that button gets pressed by the user. So that's a really cool pattern that I think we can use more. The next thing that is important for low code is documentation, and um, the simple story of looking at your code and wondering who wrote this horrible piece of code that's not maintainable, and doing git blame and seeing your username is such a humbling experience that you just have to go through every few weeks. That writing more documentation for yourself, for your team, for your users is such a big thing that a lot of us have leave oversight on. And if that's not enough to convince you, there's a quote: "We has met the enemy, and it is us," and a comic for good measure. Um, the next thing I want to talk about is errors and things break all the time. And assuming that your product works perfect the first time is probably not the wisest thing to do. Here's an Avenue quote which talks about fixing things by hacking the source code together. I think you should just make handling errors easier for the end developer, using good error patterns and good error messages. Example I want to show that is really, really interesting, that I really like, is the traditionally in JavaScript, you would call a method, put it in a try catch block, and see if it has error. But a lot of your users would, not do that, and they would get that, oh, promise was unfulfilled, or hey, the data is undefined, things like that, depending on how you write your program. And you can't change user behavior, but what you can change is the API. So there's something Apollo does, there's something React Query does that I really, really like, is it explicitly gives you the data and error together. And there's something Golang does to the extreme, but I think in JavaScript, we're doing it correctly, where you can check for the error. If the error is undefined, that's the only time you have access to this data. And using things like TypeScript, you can conditionally define when these things are defined, and the linter will complain whenever you're not checking for error explicitly. And this just is so much better in terms of giving errors back to the user and sort of letting them manage those for you. And another thing, using simple patterns like using enums in your code is a much better user experience, because they don't have to worry about, oh, is this string capital grid or is this string small grid? All of those get thrown out. I'll quickly close by this quote from Vespos, which is JavaScript is great until you see the PHP guys with Lambos. And I like to think of it as a low code quote, and you can disagree, but I think it's important that we understand that there is value here, and design better APIs and design better libraries that developers can consume with much ease. If you're interested in what we're doing with real-time engagement, we're also hosting RT 2022. You can sign up. I'll leave the links to the slide on Twitter. We have a booth tomorrow at React India. I would love to sort of talk to you, see if you like low code, if you don't. Thank you so much for your time. Follow me on Twitter to get access to these slides, and register for RT and come say hi. Looking forward to seeing all of you there.
Amazing. That was a brilliant talk, Ekansh. Gave us a lot of perspective about how to think about low code with React, and I really thank you for that. Yeah, we will be moving forward with other talks of ours.
Awesome. Thanks, Megha. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Yeah. The most important thing for any component is to we write in React is to support customization, whatever our very beloved designers provide us. The Sync Fusion React components are fully customizable for developers' needs. It is fast, has less code, and it's super easy to use. So now we have with us Michael Prabhu, and he will be showing us the implementation of Sync Fusion with his talk title, How React and Sync Fusion Can Ease Up Your Development Time. So I'll give the stage to Michael and we'll move ahead.
Good day, everyone. My name is Michael Prabhu, but you can call me Mike. I'm one of the senior product managers at SyncFusion, and we are one of the proud sponsors for React India this year. If you haven't heard about Syncfusion, we are leading third-party component vendors. We provide components, controls for almost all the frameworks or libraries that are available out there. But let me get back to that later. First of all, I have to say I'm really excited to be a part of this such an amazing event, and there is no doubt the last 3 years were challenging times, where Zoom meetings and work from home became the new norm. It is really nice that things are getting back to normal. That should, I don't want to jinx it. Even though this particular session is an online session, I'm excited to meet everyone in person for the next 2 days. Yes, you guessed it right. Syncfusion is hosting a booth at the event, so please come and visit us if you get a chance. So, if you're like me, who is full of energy and enjoys meeting new people, going outside and having a good time, you will all agree with me that you should finish your work on time as a developer, right? So that you may have some time for yourself, which is very important as a developer, to blow off some steam. So I think that is where Syncfusion comes in. So today I'm going to show you how React and Syncfusion can ease up your development time. So as I said before, if you're like me, who is full of energy and has a teeny bit of belly fat, you would have definitely come across these apps like Fitness Tracker to track your activities, Calorie Tracker to track what you eat, and last but not least, fasting apps to track your fasting time, etc. Um, you would also agree with me that these apps are helpful. I can vouch for these apps, trust me. It really helped me a lot in putting up this presentation. Not sure about the belly fat though. So the point is, creating such an app takes a lot of time, and finding components that can seamlessly integrate with your application can save you a lot of time. Syncfusion can help you create stunning applications like this. So we combined all of these different applications into one to show you, some of our React components in action. So I think I'm sounding more like a sales guy at this point. So let me sound like a developer and show you what we have developed so far. So what we have put here is that we have combined these three apps like Activity Tracker, Diet Tracker, and Fasting Tracker into one. Let me show you the demo of these applications. So here you go. So here you can see that we have activities, diet, and fasting. As you can see here on the screen, we have the tab component to add all the three categories like activity, diet, and fasting in a single application. And you can see these card components, which help to showcase these data like heart rate, steps, calories burned, your sleep timing, etc. You have beautiful charts that is showcased here. You can see we have a legend for the chart. It is fully customizable, and you have a crosshair which shows the data for that particular date, and you have the powerful data grid which shows the recent workouts that you have here. And on the right side, you can see the profile of that particular person. So this is a avatar component where you can add profile pictures. And once again, we have some card components. You have a calendar component. You can choose the activities for any day. So basically, choosing those dates, these things can change. So this is the example of what we could do. And let me show you the other components that we have here. So this is a donut chart that we have here. And once again, we have, the cards that are available here. And here you can see at the fasting tab, um, you can see the circular gauge, which actually shows the fasting time. You can track the time here. and the linear gauge shows how much water has been taken. Accordingly, all these updates will happen. So you also have a profile. Here you have a circular gauge once again, and this is a slider. When I move the slider, I can change the weight, and you can update the weight, and you can change your age. So as you can see here, you have everything here. So here you can change the theme to light and dark. So let me update that. So the entire application has turned into dark theme. So the important thing here is that the component should support customization of whatever your designers provide, right? And it should not be the other way around. You asking your designers to change the design of what your component is capable of. So I guess our Syncfusion React components are fully customizable for your needs. It is fast, and most importantly, you can achieve all of that in less code. As I said before, it supports light and dark theme, and you can see here everything is customizable. If you know about charts, you can see we have an x-axis and an y-axis, and you can see that the crosshair, that is the pink line that is going around here, it has a dashed line, so which is fully customizable. So all these things are possible. So let me show you the code for this particular page, so that you can understand how easy it is to create such an app. So let me show you the code here. So as you could see here, this is the activities.js file where I have added everything here. So let me explain to you what we have here. So as you could see here, I have imported the date picker component, drop down list component, and I have also added the chart component, and I also added the grid component. So I have all these components here. The important thing here is all these components are lightweight and modular. For example, if you want to create such a beautiful chart, there are a lot of customizations and everything, right? So if you add the entire chart package, it might weigh down a little, and that is not good for development, right? So if your package is going to be so huge, then of course the web application will take a lot of time to load. So I think we kind of come up with the modular structure here. So whatever feature you use, you can just add that particular package alone. For example, here I'm using crosshair, so I have imported crosshair, and here I'm using the spline series. There are so many series types. For example, we have 30 to 40 series types, and if you're going to have all those series types into a single package, then that is not worth. So that is the main reason we have split all these things into a modular structure, and it is completely mobile friendly, and it has all the touch responses and everything figured out. So you need not worry about it. So let me get back to that later. So first let's see what I have imported here. So I have imported these are the components that we have here. So calendar, drop down, chart, and grid. Since I have very less time, I'm just going to talk about chart component alone here. So you get the fair idea of how easy it is to create a chart rather than trying out so many other things, or creating the chart on your own will really take a lot of time. So let me explain the chart alone today, and you get the fair idea about what we do. So this is the chart component. I have added that chart component inside a div, and the chart component has well thought out APIs. So I have set the width as 100%, so it can use the width to the maximum size available. And as any one of you know, chart has two axes, X and Y axis. So I have primary X and primary Y axis. And as you could see here, I am providing value to these axes using chart properties, which I have declared in chart props.js. I will go to that page in a moment, but let me explain the other properties that are available here. So I have the height, I have the legend settings, I have tooltip, crosshair, and I also have events like when I click a legend, if I want to have any action to be performed, then you have the event to perform that. So I have the on legend click event, and I also have the series. The series that I'm going to use here is the spline series. So I have the series here, and for that series I'm providing the data source which is available in the another JSON file. So I'm providing the X and Y value for the series, and all these things are available here. So let me explain the chart properties that I have used. So as you could see here, the entire chart component which I have rendered is just a few lines of code here. And let me show the properties. So here it is. I'm defining all these properties in primary x-axis. So let's see what are the properties available here. So I'm setting the value type as datetime. First, let me run this so that you can see what is happening here. So I have the activities alone here because in this fitness application, I have all these things. I have used micro front end to combine all these, application into one. Here, I'm showing you only the activities application, the activities project that I have created. So as you could see here, this is the chart that is available here, and you can see the crosshair, the legend, etc. As you could see here, I have provided one legend as a triangle and another legend as a circle. So let me show you how to customize all these things. So as you could see here in the primary x-axis, the value type has been set to date time because basically what we show on this chart is your activity on a particular day. So it is obvious that we have to set the value type as date time, and we can set the label format. Here we have set the month and the day. As you can see here, September 1st, September 3rd. So all these things are available there. So I have set the interval type in days, and we also have customization for each and every label. So you can see here we have set the edge label placement as shift. You can also put it as height if you want. I'm just saving it. So what happens is the edge label will hide here. See, as you can see here, it gets hidden. But if you don't want your edge labels to cut off here, you can use it as shift, saving it, and you can see the edge label. It has been shifted to the left side. So these are the things that are easily customizable so that you can represent your data properly. And let me show you the other things as well. So what we have here is we can set the label style, the size, the color, the font family, font weight, and all these things are possible here. And let me show you the interval that we set here. As you can see here, the interval is set as 50, and you can see we have 0%, 50, and 100. So if you want to show more grid lines, you can give interval like, for example, 20, and I'm saving it. So now you can see the interval is set as 20. So 0, 20, 40, 60, 80, and 100. So you get the idea. And you can also, set the style for the grid lines. For example, we have set the dash array as 10, 5. So the grid lines that you see here, for example, 20, 40, 60, you see the grid lines, right? The horizontal grid lines that you see has dash array. So you can customize each and every part of the chart, without worrying, because you have all the APIs here, so that it will be easy for you to create such beautiful charts. So once again, let me show you the crosshair, and we have provided a dash array, which is 10 file. So I'm just going to take out this particular API. See, now that crosshair doesn't have any dash array. So each and every single part of the chart is customizable. It is applicable for all the components here. So whatever you want to customize, that is possible. And so as you can see here, you can set the chart height, and you can also set the legend settings. If you want to place the legend at the bottom, then that is also possible. So now the legend has been placed at the bottom. So let me change the legend shape here. Here you can see I have set the legend shape as circle. Let me change that to triangle. I'm just saving it. So here you can see we have a triangle and a circle. So that is customizable. See, it has been changed to triangle. So I think you get the fair idea of what I'm trying to convey. So all these things are very easy for a developer, so that it saves a lot of time. Imagine if you want to create such an application and you don't have a component, or if you have to create a component on your own and you have to customize all these things from the scratch. Do you understand what kind of time that it takes? So, as I said before, Syncfusion really helps you to save your development time, and using our React components is really fun for you. So let me show that. What are the advantages of using Syncfusion React components here? So the first thing is these React components are responsive. It adapts to any size or layout. So let me show you a demo of that as well. So let me change this to, as you could see here, I have set the dimensions for iPhone 12 here. So as you could see here, all these components are seamlessly fitting into the mobile space as well. So which is very convenient for a developer, because when you develop an application, you should always consider that your web application is working for mobile as well, because everybody is using a mobile now. So all your applications should be mobile friendly. So once again, it saves a lot of time. So the next thing is mobile first approach. When we created these packages, we thoroughly thought of what will be the future, and mobile is taking over everything, and we thought this must be lightweight, modular, and touch friendly. So any code that you write on a desktop application will also work for your mobile application as well, because we take care of the events that you use from the desktop is also working in a touch friendly environment. So it seamlessly works on a mobile as well. So you need not worry about writing events for both desktop and mobile. You just write one code and it will automatically work for mobile. So it's, once again, it saves you a lot of time. And as I said before, it is modular in structure. So if you want any feature, you can just download that feature alone as a package. So it is very lightweight, and you need not worry about the package size. Once after building the entire application, all the developers will realize that the entire package is very big, and that is not right. So we take pride that we created these components using the mobile first approach. The third thing is less code. As I've shown there, we have all well thought out APIs. So you do not worry about customizing any part of any component. It will be very easy for you. All you have to know is, what are the APIs that are available, which you can easily understand when you read our documentation. So it will be very easy for you. And once again, with less number of code, you can achieve all those things, and you can customize each and every part of your application, which is once again saves you a lot of time. And as I said, it is fully customizable, so you need not worry about the front end design anymore. Because as a developer, we always have the struggle with the UX designers, because they might build some fancy designs and customization, which at the end of the day we might struggle to build, right? But with Syncfusion and React components, you don't have that problem at all, because it is fully customizable. I have already shown you an example of that. Next, we also have the built-in themes such as Fabric, Bootstrap, Light, and Dark. So I have shown in the application, with just a click of a button, the entire theme of the application has changed from light to dark. And the important thing is that these React components, completely merges with that particular theme. So that is the effect of Syncfusion React components. So you need not worry about any theme that you use, because it is completely customizable once again. So the other thing the developers might worry is that whenever React comes up with a new update, you have to update your application. At that time, there are a lot of struggles of understanding the new updates and what's happening and what's not. But you need not worry about all those things if you are using Syncfusion React components, because we will also update to the current version of React whenever React gives an update. So as a developer, you need not worry about anything. You just have to download the latest package and it is good to go. So once again, it saves you a lot of time. It really saves a lot of time for you. And the last thing is the entire package is completely free. Yes, you heard it right. The entire package which I've shown you, it is completely free. So you can download any of our React components and you can use it completely free. Of course, you might ask, what is the catch there? There is no catch. We have been here in the market for more than 20 years. So we thought we should give it back to the community. So we have a community license. So using the community license, you can get the entire package for free. For example, if you are a single developer, a freelancer, or if you are a startup company with 5 developers and generating less than $1 million in annual revenue, this is completely free for you. Yes, so please give it a try. And don't just take my word for it. Of course, I work for Syncfusion and I'm definitely going to vouch for them. But don't just take my word. You can go and read the authentic reviews on G2. The G2 reviews are verified, authentic, and independent. And you can check out these reviews. And I guess, all those people cannot be wrong. So you just take a look and see whether this really helps you or not. And we are socially loud. We have all the social handles like YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, and LinkedIn. So please come and visit us. You can search Syncfusion in any of these handles, and you can follow us for any content that we provide. So that's all for the day. Thank you. And if you have any questions, please let me know. I think we have another 5 minutes for questions. And you can also visit our booth and meet me directly there, and we can have a good conversation regarding anything that you like. And you also stand a chance to win an iPad if you visit our booth. So if you have any questions, please ask now. Thank you.
Great talk, Michael.
Michael.
Let's move to a Q&A
Q&A
session now.
So,
Yeah, just give me a sec. Yeah, so since you talked about component libraries in general, wanted to understand from you, like, how do you keep up with, like, communicating with your designers better about it? Like, do you...
Sorry, come again?
Yeah, I mentioned that since you mentioned about component libraries in general, wanted to understand like how you keep good communication sync with your designers, so that both the like the developers and the designers who are working on the same component library are in sync.
Yeah, the thing is, our components are mobile friendly, and everything is well structured. So the every time the thing is, whenever a UX developer provides, whenever a UX team provides something, some fancy design, it is always difficult for someone to cope up with that particular design because of those things. But in general, what we did is, as a component library, what we did is we thought out all these difficulties which are faced by the developers, and we made sure that
we have to understand all these things, and we should make sure that the UX designers and the developers should be on the same page. So whenever we created these libraries, we kind of sit with the UX team, and we explored all the parts of the customization of any component, so that it can be any small customization, like if you want a button to be have a rounded corner at the edge or something like that. So whatever the possibilities is out there, we kind of got all those things from our UX designers, so that we made sure when we develop these components, it should be fully customizable with all these things. So that's how we kind of have this particular sync with the UX designers and the developers, because whatever the design that they provide, it will be very easy for them to understand and start with that.
That explains. I thank you once again for your talk. And moving forward, we'll just take a quick break and move to our further talks and panel discussions that are lined. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
React India. 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 React. React India. React India. React. React India. 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 React. React, 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 React India. React India. React, React. React, React, React India.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you've had your teas, your coffees, your energy drinks, and you're boosted up for the next one. So, the next panel discussion is an interesting one indeed. The term Web3 has taken the internet by the storm, and now it has actually arrived the stage of React India. So next we'll have Tushar, Sandeepan, and Anuj Chaudhary discussing all things Web3 and what is the future of it in the near ahead. So really happy to host all three of them, and I hope this turns out to be an amazing panel discussion. So I request all panelists
to
join. Hey Sandeepan.
Hey, hi, Tanisha.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Hey Tushar.
Hi, Tanisha. Hi, Sandeepan.
Hey, hi, Tushar.
Let's just wait for Anuj. Yeah, he's here.
Hello, hi. My video is
No, your camera is off.
okay. The page is accessing camera and microphone. I have enabled my camera already.
Maybe you can try joining in again.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So by the time Anuj joins, let's just start with a little warm up of Web3. So I think this term has been taken around so many times on the internet, but I would like to hear from all of you panelists that what is your interpretation of Web3? So let's just start with that.
Tushar, go
Yes,
ahead.
Sandeepan, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay.
Finally, I made it.
Awesome.
Yeah, so Anuj, just so that we're on the same page, we'll just go with a little warm up and see what are your interpretation of Web3 since this word is tossed around with so many flavors and meanings. So let's just go ahead.
So Web3 again. Let's start knowing what is Web3 exactly. So we know it is all about internet, and in internet era, like we started with Web 1. Back Web 1 earlier used by our armed forces from Russia and US. So those were just data storage. They can just and that wasn't like you couldn't access it. So then again, Web 1 evolved further. Then we came across all these emails and Orkut and your Google, where you can again read and write and share. Then it evolved to Web 2. Now, in this Web 3 era that is still emerging, like in making, here we can contribute. And for that contribution, we can also get that ownership of that platform. If we are contributing, so we can own that platform by getting that platform's token. So it's a like sort of a tokenization of businesses that is happening in Web 2 as well. So in even Indian government is now saying they are going to tokenize a lot of businesses. But in Web 3, these businesses are well decentralized. That means transparent and decentralized. They are using public blockchain. And when I say public blockchain, that is it is available to public, and all the data is visible to everyone. You can go and see it. So there is nothing hidden. No one is there to control your data or your ownership. So it is as transparent as you have your tokens with you, you have your smart contract, you have your NFTs. So you can claim that ownership. So no one is going to fudge it as well. So this is Web 3 for me.
Interesting. That was a very nice explanation to it. Tushar, what do you think about it? Do you have any counters to this definition or something you'd like to add?
Uh, Not counter, but yeah, I think of Web3 as a technology which has enabled us as individuals more options than before. So in with before Web3, so essentially Web3 is a set of technologies which is for a futuristic world where things are more decentralized, where you have the capability to own stuff, you are a contributor to the things, and a lot of things around that. So I think Web3 opened a lot of opportunities for individuals to be either the network holder, be either the project maintainers, creators. So I think of it as a world where things are more decentralized, transparent, and you get to, as Anuj said, the ownership things are already there. But in advance, you can, as an individual, also challenge big Web 2 companies, or those companies which have been established for years. Those were able to create monopoly. But with Web 3, now you have the capability to create a market share, and people can use it. No one can block you from accessing this open network. So this openness and transparency is next level, and is much needed by the time we thought about web specifically, that things are connected and computers are connected. So Web 3 is the, I guess, one of the production versions of those. Web 1 is kind of a staging, and then Web 2 is kind of testing, internal testing, and Web 3 is the right version to be the real open web, where people can browse, own, and do a lot of things, and individuals can challenge these big companies and create their own products.
That was indeed a very nice explanation for making the developers out there understand. But yeah, over to you, Sandeepan. What do you think about this?
I think Web3 for me is all about community. I think like it's about giving the mic back to the common people. Like you may not be sitting like in a Web2 world, like the important decisions happen inside a room, closed room in which not everyone can participate. In Web3, that scenario changes, and it's all like even if you are like at the bottom of the chain, like there's a like a chain concept in Web2, and in the finance world even more. So even if you're bottom of the chain, like you can still contribute, like your voice is still heard, and you can still make decisions on what you think should be the next steps for the, for example, the project, or any company in a Web3 company. Like you get to vote on those decisions. I think that's where like the primary definition for me for Web2, like Web3 is, and that's the game changer Web3 is happening, giving the voice back to the community.
Interesting. So while we say this is a very evolving area, or we can say the future of the internet, but like for people out there, like even developers, like me, it's very hard to wrap our heads around how it behaves. If just the blockchain in itself is so much to handle, right? So, what do you think will be the end users? Like, end users are so used to just navigating our web 2. Who do you think would be the adopters for this sort of technology, or how would you see the developers adopting this web 3 and writing code for it in a mass? So, Anuj, what do you think about it?
This is really very good question. So when it comes to blockchain ecosystem, scalability is one of the concerns. So what I think, and just not thinking, and this is what I am seeing and observing right now. This is two way where the adoption will increase. One, the new ecosystem being there, like blockchain, Web3 companies, decentralized platforms. These folks will enable as much as talent, and these talented folks will evolve with this ecosystem and uh, enable that mass adoption. On the second funnel, existing Web2 companies, they will evolve their businesses, and then they, because Web2 companies evolving their businesses because they have already billion users, right? So it was very easy for them to increase that adoption. So whenever we see the news around Web3, some Web2 companies is getting into Web3, then we see news floating all the way. So this is because they have huge community and their user base. So when I say user base, because if we'll go in silos and oh, okay, we are decentralized, we would not allow any VC or any Web2 companies, right, to get into this ecosystem, then it would be difficult for this mass adoption. So it's going to be two ways: Web2 companies evolving, emerging, and improving their platform or entering into decentralized ecosystem, and Web3 companies giving more opportunities to the young talent, and they will be coming up more ideas that will increase the adoption.
Interesting. So, Tushar, you are a React Native developer yourself, right? Have you fiddled around with implementing some of those things, and what challenges have you faced as a developer? And to like, how has the transition been from developing like Web 2 apps versus Web 3? How is the journey like? Would love to.
So that's like very true. So I'll get started from where Anuj left. So actually, this is very true for normal users. Onboarding is a major problem for Web3, and people are still solving it, and it's still a great scope for people, developers to build out their onboarding solutions. And companies are doing it, but still, there's still a major problem. For developers, onboarding is not a big thing because we are already the problem solvers. We have that spirit to learn something, face challenges. We solve bugs in Web 2, we solve bugs in Web 3, but the skills are different, of course. And the motivation is also different. So for normal people to get onboarded, we need them to understand the importance of ownership, understand the importance of decentralization, because if they don't understand it, of course this is not going to work at all. But we have seen that this transition is going on already. People are getting into it. For developers, onboarding motivation is very simple and very easy. Some of them cares about decentralization and all. Other, Web3 is very economically rich space, so there is a lot of opportunities for you to earn any amount of number. So that is true. Now, talking about being a developer transitioning from Web 2 to Web 3, it's not really hard. Like, the programming languages and the code structure is quite easy as compared to, building in Web 2. So still, if you are in a Web 3 developer, so most of your concerns, like to start off the things, it's very easy. You will feel the comfort of writing the code and doing the things. But as you get into scaling up the things, making it more efficient, trying to consume less gas and all those things, then it becomes a bit tricky and you have to go deep into the architectural ways. Another important thing about Web 2 to Web 3 developers and decentralization is also related to being the RPC nodes being centralized by Alchemy and all. So since they are also like Parity and other are doing experiments on small dots, so by which you can also, on your device, it becomes absolutely decentralized. A similar light node is running on your device directly. So I've been experimenting with that. So things are being evolving in this technology space. You have to keep learning as a developer in this space a lot. Rapidly, there are new technologies, new protocols are being built. I myself is working on some protocols, so you have to be learning. But it's fun with Web3, as I said. The community is supporting it a lot.
Yeah, interesting. Sandeepan, what about you? Like being a developer evangelist, like what problems have you faced in trying to promote this future of the internet, and how do you think you fill in the gap?
Yeah, technically my only role is to onboard developers into Web3. So like this is what I do. So I think like in terms of Web3 development, I think I totally agree with Tushar. Like the onboarding of developers was not a difficult part. Actually, it's still a part in which it's not hard. It's just aren't enough people who are trying. Like there's a massive gap of hiring in Web3. Like there aren't enough people left to hire who know and understand about this technology enough. So that is why I think like we need more people, more Web2 developers to jump into this new technology, have a little bit of leap of faith that like this can like benefit them also, and the community in general also. But developer side, I think the toolings and the infrastructure is not that like different or difficult. The concepts are still same. Like Web3 runs on the internet, like nothing changes on that front. There are some other aspects which definitely you need to scale up, but other than that, I think like it's not, the jump isn't that difficult, or I would say it's much better now. I was learning Web3 2 years ago. I would say like we have like there's the number of materials, YouTube videos, guides available right now is like there's a massive difference. So like we are right on the right path, I would say.
Yeah, I'm sure you can find some good Web3 developers through this React India conference, and
Hopefully.
go on Polygon.
Yeah.
Uh, that's interesting. That's interesting to know about the developer part. Like, but one question, like when we're talking about Web3, we can't do away without talking about dApps, right? And one interesting thing that always comes to my mind is, well, we say dApps are built on top of the ETH network. Uh, Now, since it's built over the ETH network, is it actually centralized? Like, would it actually be called centralized because it's developed over a layer, and ETH again becomes a central point? So what do you think about this constant battle between centralization and decentralization? Maybe Anuj, you can go ahead.
Yeah, sure. This is a great question. So when we say centralization and decentralization, so I see that there is nothing 100% decentralized in the ecosystem, because right now it is in making, and we know who is the founder and CEO and committers we they call, and Sherpa some foundations are saying. So they just not using the words co-founder and CEO now in Web3 companies, but we have some sort of a centralization. I would say it's a hybrid, like a bit of centralization, bit of decentralization. So the data is available again decentralized because it is public, it is open source. So whenever I say that something an open source platform, so I can say that is a Web3 or decentralized. But in my sense, the true decentralized is only one thing, that is Bitcoin, because no one is there to claim that I built this. This is mine, right? So I think that is exceptional case in this ecosystem, and if in future we could see this, that anonymous folks coming and building protocols or blockchains, and they are not taking credit, but they are just entering in the ecosystem, owning some of tokens and create and leave it. So DAOs is the thing that gonna solve that problem. So I think the DAOs would be providing us that real decentralized flavor. So right now, dApps are building on top of Ethereum or other layer one blockchains. So it's still like there are some sort of like centralization over there. But again, because the data is available, it is public, so it is not completely centralized. So I would say it's a hybrid version of Web3. So I can say this Web 2.5.
5:30 start किया था हमने. So, I mean that's interesting. Sandeepan, what do you have to say? Like you work at Polygon. What do you think about all the, like? How would you see developing something about this battle between centralization and decentralization?
See, this is a battle which has been going on for day one. I would say like it's the definitions between decentralization and centralizations are very Like there's a fine line between that, and there's always a debate about what is centralized and what is decentralization. I think on the note of decentralization, it's not much more about that's my belief, is not about identity or the co-founders or like founders or who are behind the network. It's more about openness. So like if I am like if I want to build a platform, do I need to ask permission from anyone? Do I need to go and sign up for anyone, or give my data, or give my credit card details? Like, do I need to do these details? No. That's where a level of decentralization comes up, that I can just go and deploy a public, like a blockchain app on a public network, and like it will be deployed without any permission, like permissionless. I don't need to ask anyone, and it will be open for the entire network to participate in. I think that's where the decentralization comes up, and that's where like we have made a progress. There's definitely a lot of progress that needs to be made around decentralization, and that's where like the next level of products coming in with zero knowledge technology and all, which even we are developing in at Polygon, and also like a couple of other companies. So that's when the next level of it's a step by step technology. It's not that today we are living in Web 2 and everything is centralized, and tomorrow we wake up in an entirely decentralized world. So there's a step by step gradual progress, but I think that's how we will move on from Web 2 to Web 3.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good take. But Tushar, over to you. When we talk about developing over Web3, right? One of the question that always remains is how scalable it is to code on Web3 in terms of code scalability, you're maintaining. Maybe when you work on dApps, there's one thing you can do, and you can't go back and edit that code, as they say. So, what do you think about the entire developer experience? Because we developers love to make mistakes. I don't think we would not want to go back and make some corrections here and there. And so, what do you think about that experience, the dev experience?
Yeah, so specifically, developer experience is a very now times it's been very improved and it's very good. We have good testing for all the codes what we do, and it is easily maintainable. So when it all started, like if you want to as a developer you tend to make mistakes and decentralization and these things. So you all start with a Web 2 front end and a Web 3 backend, which is on Polygon or Solana or any other different chains out there. So the smart contract, the code which we push on these blockchains, for if you are building a personal project or you are just figuring out things, so it has to be anyway that like the smart contracts are designed in a way that every function, every method has to be very simple in nature and has to do one simple objective. So that makes it already quite simple, but there are still issues, as you said, that there are a lot of problems which developer might make in these smart contracts. And again, there comes also like with these problems comes the beauty of Web3, that things are very open source. I can see the code of the biggest popular blockchains and these things out there, and I can pinpoint the mistakes. So one single developer can make mistakes, but I can assure you that 100 people developers cannot make the same mistake. So there are a lot of auditing companies which have been there to audit the smart contract and make sure things are active or not. And even the popular blockchains and these things out there, their code have been properly outdated to make sure that what they are saying in the code says both the same thing. So yeah, that's the beauty of it. And if you make some mistakes over a test net, it could be easily removed, and you can deploy another smart contract to do the same thing before going live to the main network and the people. And it's decentralized. Building dApps over as you asked earlier, that what about building dApps on Ethereum and these things. So Ethereum and Bitcoin, like these are popular blockchains, and these are one of the most decentralized ones. So if I tend to build my own blockchain and then building my own app and doing everything from scratch, it will be centralized for sure, 100%. Whereas if I'm building a dApp using Solidity and smart contracts and deploy it to Ethereum, it will be much more decentralized and it would be much more open, right? And the securities and all those things would be right there inside already for me. So yeah, for developer experience, it have been improved a lot. There are a lot of testing libraries, and to just make sure things are going well, and the openness makes adds the green tech to it.
Interesting, interesting. So we'll just take one last question and we'll move through the panel. So since all three of you work in a lead in one of the leading crypto or fintech startups, one thing that bugs all the people involved in these spaces are the regulations. Like, we are all scared of it. It can pop up any day, and you have to just be receptive to all of those things, right? More so in the crypto space. But yeah, RBI knows how to do it well to the fintech people also. So, how do you think these uncertainties around all these regulations impact the Web3 developers? Is there something that changes over time, or what do you think about it? So, Anuj, why don't you go first?
Yeah, sure. So I am now co-leading sort of this segment, regulation and policy, closely looking at it and trying to provide as much as consultation insight to the government of India. But the main issue is here is how we can make sure that they understand it. So until unless they understand it, they can't regulate it. So main is understanding, and the second one is when regulation comes. So regulations around crypto and blockchain tech. So again, you can't regulate technology; like it is impossible. And the second is, but the process, startups are building on top of that tech. So regulation we need for that. But how developers are getting impact is something I am seeing, and I am already discussed this with a lot of policymakers and journalists, that this is a purely a brain drain happening in India right now. We are seeing that developers are leaving India, or the developers are not building for Indian startups. So they are going to Dubai, Singapore, or they are trying to leave India, right? It's just not developers, investors, startups, entrepreneurs. So this is something happening, and this is very, very critical. Though we say that it's a decentralized ecosystem, but again, if someone is leaving India and building some sort of a startup abroad, then they are going to pay taxes to other government, whether they are raising fund or seed fund or any investment. Then again, the tax is going to be to the other country's pocket. So it's just thing is the developers are the guys who are going to be entrepreneur in future, right? And here developers have an upper hand because it's all about smart contract, right? So here the government, we don't need any government for the license and all. So here the developers are your kind of a government that providing you a fair smart contract that which gives a clearer picture of any business, right? That's the key of any business in this ecosystem. So it's very sad. I would say it's very grim. I'm seeing the developers are going abroad. It's a clear Web3 brain drain is happening right now in India. So I think the government should take it in consider. But the government, what they are saying they will see first how the global folks are going to regulate it. Then we will synchronize with them. So I think that why don't we go ahead rather than waiting for that? So this is my 2 cent or two Satoshi, I would say.
Yeah, so thank you so much. I think we went a little over time, but nevertheless, this was a very interesting session. Like, I personally gained a lot of insights. So thank you to all three of you for joining in today and sharing your insights on the same. I really hope that it does go and become the future and rooting out for all the Web3 developers out there. So thank you, Sandeepan, thank you, Tushar, and thank you, Anuj, for joining in today.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah,
Bye bye.
thanks for having us.
Thanks,
Have a
Anisha.
nice day.
Thanks.
Keep
Bye
building,
bye.
guys. Bye.
So, folks, that was one interesting panel discussion on Web3. I hope you had a lot of insights to take away. I did it too, and we hope that the further talks will build much more interest ahead. So, without wasting any time, let's just head over to our next talk. Uh, for the next talk, we have Dheeraj Pandey, the co-founder of DevRev, and Nikhil Talwar, founding engineer at DevRev, sharing some key insights over building a hyper-distributed application by offloading cache. And uh, we are really excited to hosting this talk with a very interesting title, Living on the Edge. So over to you, Dheeraj
Hi everyone.
and Nikhil. The stage is all yours.
Thank you. Can you see our slides? Can you see our slides, folks? Okay. Thank you, everyone, for being here. We are assuming that you can see our slides right now. My name is Dheeraj Pandey, and with me, I have my fellow dev reveler, Nikhil Talwar. Nikhil, you want to speak a few words about yourself?
Yeah, hi. I'm a front-end lead at DevRev and one of the founding engineer here. I'm excited to be here today.
Want to make sure you guys can hear us. There's messages coming. Sorry, there's some messages coming here. I'm going to leave that. And yeah, let's go ahead. So much for technology. So thanks, Nikhil, for being here. I'm really excited to talk about one of the most sort of profound things that we observed doing this, thing at DevRev here is how enterprise tools are becoming more consumer grade. And it's a real cliche to talk about consumer grade experience with enterprise tools, but things are changing very dramatically. Everything that users experience on the consumer side, it's pretty much happening on the enterprise as well, and equally so with mobile. The mobile demands of the enterprise user are becoming more and more consumer-like. That's one of the first observations that we made when we were thinking about doing DevRev right. And of course, the second one was the converse of this, that consumer companies are beginning to use SaaS. Because if you look at the last 10, 15, 20 years of e-commerce, a lot of B2C companies, they handcrafted everything, all the way from chatbots and support systems to commerce engines for billing and metering and things like that, to identity engines, the user database, and also the growth engines. What does it mean to send out nudges, and how do you do campaigns, and do all sorts of things around user behavior and engagement and such. There was a lot of things that were actually handcrafted. And now I think the time has come, and we've seen this with a lot of B2C's usage of things like Stripe and Twilio and other such tools, that people are willing to take 7 lines of code and really provide that experience, that SaaS experience, through their consumer websites. So what had happened is that SaaS is now focusing not just on customers, but also customers. So there's an extra level of indirection because of this abstraction, because of this idea that you're not just doing things in a handcrafted way, but you're doing it in a way where it reuses someone else's code in your code. So there is a company like DevRev that's really looking at its initial customers as the dev, and then their customers were really logging in through the browser, where a lot of this code is running, is the rev. So really going and catering to the rev is a new challenge that many SaaS companies have not seen up until now. So essentially, what solved the problem earlier, and people have used multi-region clouds for a while now, at least for this last decade. There was a lot of thinking about multi-region. The real idea was to get as close to the customer as possible. Now that's not sufficient, because you have to think about your customers, not just where your customers are, but where your customers' customers are. And this is where I think the empowerment of the edge really becomes true, where you have to decentralize even further. You can't just be in your data center, you can't just be in your multi-region cloud data centers, but you have to really think about the edge carefully and disperse and decentralize the computing of everything that you've written in the backend. So Nikhil, over to you.
Yeah. So as Dheeraj mentioned, now you might know where your customer is sitting, but you don't know where is a customer's customer. So hence, you can't go and start building data centers in all single regions. and that's where you need to find some other solutions. And that's where the edge functions come into the picture, where your customer is sitting maybe few kilometers away from your compute, and that's where you start to leverage edge for the use case.
And also the fact that they're mobile users and they're on the move, so it's even more imperative to figure out caching and what edge functions deliver.
Yeah. So traditionally, caching was all about on your gateway, you have your Redis cache, your mem cache, and you used to basically start, instead of doing a DB operation, you cache the responses, but that's not enough. You have to move to more closer to your customer, and that's where edge CDNs come into picture, where you have your AWS Lambdas running on your edge, you have Fastly compute running, and then also Vercel. And now we say that why an cache should be just on an gateway or on CDN. We can start leveraging the storage of the browser. And that's where you can start doing caching on IndexedDB and service workers. So on the edge, few of the things that you can always do is authentication, where we can start from basically parsing your JW token and see that is a user allowed to even reach to your gateway even before it reaches your VPC. And also validating that the request the user is trying to do, is it even authorized to do that? So if it's a get operation on an object, you can always validate that the token associated to that object, does it have access to that? And always we have been doing static object caching, for example, profile pictures, JavaScript, CSS on CDN. But now with edge functions running on your edge, that brings you an opportunity to also start caching dynamic objects, where you can look for, basically you can authorize a user and then give them access to your cache. And lastly,
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and lastly, you have your single step functions, essentially doing some level of image compression or maybe encryption of your data and whatnot. So you can do all these things on the edge now.
And by the way, our experience has been, especially when it comes to authentication, that if you pick an authentication provider, the fact that their APIs still come back to the US, even if you have a global user, is still a challenge. Latencies do come up, and we're thinking really hard about what it means to really decentralize authentication and work with some of these service providers to bring their own APIs closer to the edge itself.
So being social first without edge is extremely hard, because when you are building a real-time experience, you need sub-millisecond responses, like from going and basically reacting on an emoji, sending a comment. But even more than that, you have to start committing to the browser even before it is actually committed to your DB. So for example, when you go and hit a like button on a Twitter, you see immediately that there was a like, but you have to commit it to the browser immediately, even before you commit to the DB.
In fact, one of the things that we found out very early on was how we were depending on the reflection from the WebSocket to show some of these real-time responses, even to you as a person who was typing a comment for someone, and how you had to quickly reverse it and make sure that you could, at least you as a person could see it right then and there, without waiting for the reflection from the WebSocket, and then take care of this for the collaborator on the other side. Right? I mean, and maybe speak a few about the challenges that you've had to face through something as simple as profile pictures.
Mm-hmm. So regarding profile picture, essentially it's an PII data. You have a difficulty with, if you want to go and store images on CDN, and if it's long-lived, then it is a PII issue. So you have to essentially find a common ground with some TTL. And so what we did at DevRev was we were not just caching the images on the server, but we also started caching it right using service worker on the browser as well. So now if you are trying to do optimistic update even before committing to the database, then what is the least common denominator, which is a source of truth for two different users? And that's where edge come into picture, because At Edge, you are essentially caching all your comments, all your reactions. So how does the other user will look at it? So with Edge, you can at least start sharing the data with each other. So now we have in this new era of WebAssembly, you can't just rely on JavaScript for doing all your computation. And when your customers are sitting with such heavy compute power, why not leverage them? So that's where you start to run your WebAssembly on your customers machine directly, essentially our browsers, and start managing the data over there and even cache over there.
Yeah, it looks like one of the earliest use cases for this would be authorization as well, as we try to do as much as possible on the browsers, and yet figure out what staleness means for data and how do you really refresh your policies and things like that. So some interesting challenges with WebAssembly. It provides us a way to do secure code in the browser, and yet I think we're scratching the surface.
Yeah. Right. Okay, so now this means that the UI that you're building is not just about user interface, it's also data. So while building a user interface, you have to think data as a separate thing, because now you're not just building a user interface, you're also managing a caching system and also some level of data management. And also you might start using IndexedDB for doing all kinds of data operations on top of it. So that's where what we suggest is that you start building a data layer within your user interface, and your UX remains the different.
One thing I also like about this separation, Nikhil, in terms of separation of concern, is also how we can take some of our backend people and have them come sit in this middle ground of data layer. So they can also think a little bit about being full stack people. So you're not completely dependent on your front end folks. Some of the sharing and collaboration that needs to happen in this middle ground can happen through this separation of concern as well.
Yeah.
Hey, Dheeraj and Nikhil, sorry to interrupt in between. We just overshot a time, so if you can quickly wrap up towards the end.
Yeah.
Okay. So we did a workshop in the morning where we discussed about how we built one of our key features called Trails with D3 and React, where we were trying to build essentially basically stitching the data in the UI with help of React, and then letting D3 do some calculations for us, and then presenting them in the UI. So do look at that workshop when the video is available. Yeah.
And yeah, we're really passionate about front end. We're really passionate about performance. We're really passionate about the word experience. So looking forward to hear from you folks if you're looking. Thank you again.
Hey, thanks Neeraj and Nikhil. That was a wonderful talk. Thank you so much for tuning in. Really happy to host you here.
Thank you.
See you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So with that, let's move on to the next talk. Next, we have Alison Yoon, engineer at Octopus Energy, who will be talking to us about how OAuth 2 will make your life easy. She will show you how a simple React app can control a heat pump device. Pretty interesting, right? I am personally very excited for it. So let us have Alison on the stage. Hey, Alison. Am I audible? Am I audible, Alison? Maybe you can try speaking something.
Hi. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Bye-bye. See
Thank
you.
you.
All the best.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Allison, and I'll be talking about building a React app that controls a device with OAuth. We have electronic vehicle that can save you from having to use gasoline. An EV is a great alternative to the cars that run on traditional fuel because you can always charge your car with renewable energy. And that's part of what my company, Octopus Energy, does. And now we have a heat pump for your house heating system. Heat pump is a great device that can save you a lot of money and also can save you from using traditional fuels. For those who haven't seen how a heat pump looks, it's like this. It's quite big device, 1.5 meters wide and 1.2 meters high, that needs to be located outside of your house. So let's say that you have this brand new heat pump device for your home. You're ready to save the energy bill while contributing to the fight against the climate change. All good. But the user experience won't be so great if you have to go outside of your home to control this device every time, right? As our customers started installing the heat pump in their home, we decided to provide a feature for our customers to control the device from the web application. So they will be able to control it from their own device, such as laptop or mobile. So how can we do this? How can we build a React app that controls the physical device? That's the topic today. We'll be doing this using OAuth. At this point, our customers are using the heat pump from this specific manufacturer called Daikin. And Daikin provides API endpoints that can communicate the heat pump's data, such as on-off state, the current temperature of the room or water, or setting the target temperature. We implemented a single web journey that allows customers to authenticate with their Daikin account. And in order for us to manipulate the data in the heat pump, we need to ask for permission to access it. And this is the first important step, because once we have access, then we'll be able to provide a nice user interface to show the data, or even the feature to control the temperature. So here it comes, OAuth. What is OAuth? We see this very often. Well, OAuth stands for Open Authorization. It's the industry standard protocol for authorization. So I'm going to present the definition from the documentation first, and then interpret it, what that means for this specific project. OAuth 2 is an authorization framework that enables applications to obtain limited access to user accounts on an HTTP service. It enables us, Octopus Energy, to obtain limited access to users' Daikin account. It works by delegating user authentication to the service that hosts the user account and authorizing third-party applications to access the user account. Delegating user authentication to Daikin and authorizing Octopus Energy. And there are 3 OAuth roles that we need to know. Resource owner. The resource owner is the user who authorizes an application to access their account. This is the user. Resource or authorization server, API. The resource server hosts the protected user account, and the authorization server verifies the identity of the user, then issues access token to the application. This is Daikin. Client. The client is the third-party application that wants to access the user's account. This is Octopus Energy. The diagram here represents the typical authorization flow that I took from Daikin API documentation. Let's look at each step. User authorization request is the first one. The application requests authorization to access service resources from the user, which means Octopus Energy requests authorization to access user's Daikin account. And this is how the authentication page URL is formed. If you look inside this redirect to Daikin auth page function, Daikin auth URL is on the first line. And this is the API authorization endpoint that's provided by Daikin. Response type code, it means that the application is requesting an authorization code grant. Client ID, this is application's client ID. And this is how Daikin identifies that the user is coming from Octopus Energy to authenticate the app. Redirect URI, this is where Daikin redirects the user to after the authorization code is granted. And this value must match one of the valid URLs that's specified in the registration process. Scope, this represents the level of access that the application is requesting. State is a randomly generated hash that's set by application in the request process and is available to application in the response. State here is used to mitigate CSRF attack. So cross-site request forgery is an attack where the attacker forces the authenticated user to carry unwanted or unintended action, such as change their email address or password in the account, or even make them transfer some funds. So we want to make sure that this doesn't happen. And here you can see I'm storing the state in the session cookie because this will be used later when the authorization code is granted. Let me show you how we did that in the later slides. User authorizes application. The user must log in to the OpenAPI environment and authorize the request. So basically, user must log in this Daikin login page with their Daikin account credentials. Authorization code grant. If the user authorized the request, the application receives an authorization grant, or the auth code. Here, user clicks I agree to authenticate Octopus Energy, and then the user is redirected to Octopus Energy heat pump page with the auth code and state appended in the URL. Let me show you how the URL looks like in the next slide. Access token request. The application requests an access token from the authorization server by presenting authentication of its own identity, client secret, and client ID, and the authorization grant. And this is how the URL looks like when the user is redirected to Octopus Energy website. And from here, I take the state to compare it to the state that's saved in the session cookie earlier. And again, this is to prevent the CSRF attack. And only when they match, then I take the code, the auth code from the URL, just as you can see in the code below here, and then send it to the server, for example, as an GraphQL mutation input. Then the server requests access token with this auth token. So basically the server goes, here's the auth token, please give me the access token. Access token grant. If the application identity is authenticated and the authorization grant is valid, the authorization server issues a pair of access token to the application. So application identity is authenticated. This means that it is registered in OpenAPI environment. And authorization grant is valid, which means that the code is not expired and hasn't already been used. And then authorization is complete. So the Daikin checks the auth token and then grant the access token to the Octopus Energy. And now the whole process is complete. Testing in production environment. So let's say that you finished writing the code and are ready to release this feature to production. But before you do that, you want to do the end-to-end testing. How can you do this in production environment? I wanted to share some useful tools in this situation because at some point, variables that I showed you earlier, such as redirect URI or client ID, will be changed to production version. And when this happens, you cannot test in your local environment anymore. So the tools that come in handy in this situation is Requestly. Requestly lets you redirect requests, matching a URL pattern to different destination URL, which means that you can load your local version of script in production environment. In the mod header, you can modify the request header with this. I use these tools myself to carry the end-to-end OAuth flow testing in production environment with my local script. Because after the testing, you can always remove the record in the database and make sure that you don't submit anything, because this can actually change the data in the production database. So make sure you not do that, but this is enough to test the OAuth flow in production environment. And now the application is authorized to make requests to the API in behalf of the user. Now the user can use this functionality provided by us to control their heat pump at home. Thank you for listening. I hope it sounded simple enough, because that was my goal. You can find me on Twitter, Alien Creative.
Hey, Alison, thank you so much. That was a wonderful talk. Thanks for tuning in.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Bye.
Have a good day. So let us now move on to our next talk. Do you think we need an offline first app in the world of high speed internet? Well, Vishwesh is here to tell us how. He will walk us through his journey of building an offline first app using React and IndexedDB, which he built at EkaCare. So I would like to welcome Vishwesh on the stage. Hey, Vishwesh.
Hey, hi, Anisha.
The stage is all yours.
Hey, hi, all. So, yeah, let's start. Let me just share my screen. Yeah, it's my screen visible. Cool. So this is all about how we will be building our loader-free online apps. So I guess all of you would have seen some loaders, some sort of loaders on softwares, websites, in apps and all. But as an engineer, have we ever wondered why they are loaders? Can we build some apps where there are no loaders at all? Cool. So before moving to the loaders, loaders are it's a first click. It's because of okay, it's loading. The data is not get there in the application. That's why. So let's first talk about the internet. It's almost after 2 decades of dot-com bubble. We are doing very great in terms of internet. It's like the internet speed is going 30 to 50% every year. Even the penetration of internet is increasing. There are around 330 new users are added to the internet every year. So yeah, internet is going very far. Then why to build offline first apps? Why? What's the need? So there is one survey conducted by the Shark VPN, and it defines the digital quality of life index. It's defined by the 5 pillars. One is how affordable the internet is, basically the pricing of the internet in the nation, the electronic infrastructure, 3G, 4G, 5G, broadband, fiber cables, and all, and security, how secure the infrastructure is. It also the index also counts for the offerings from the government, what government is offering digitally, what are facilities, and the fifth and foremost important is the internal quality of the internet. uh, it all defines the digital index of a person in a nation. So if we talk about India, especially India, uh, but what is internal quality? Internal quality defines the strength of the internet, the growth by which it is growing year on year, and the most important, reliability. How reliable is the internet? For example, I'm not sure how reliable my internet as of now is. I'm not sure when there will be a blip and I will get disconnected from this call. It's totally unpredictable. Yeah, maybe because of some internet issue, or maybe some ISP down, or might be an internet blip in my router. There are tons of factors which can affect the reliability. If we talk about ranking, India is almost at the mid level. Out of 110 countries, India is at 59th position in terms of digital life index. And if we talk about mobile speed, we are almost at the last 109 out of 110. And the stability of mobile internet is also not that cool. It's around, we are at 33rd. And the worst part is from 2020 to 2021, we have dropped by 2. So that's disheartening. But let's solutionize it. We are all engineers and we should think of solutions instead of problems, right? So let's see how offline first apps can cope up with the instability of the internet. For example, let's take some use cases which are offline first. Uh, so everyone would have been traveled by railway station or airport, and all would have checked in some day, right? So me as a user, I have booked a ticket from the online app. I have checked in the airport with the same online app. So why should I see a loader while showcasing the boarding pass at the security gate? Do I really need to wait for the loader to get my boarding pass rendered on the screen? Do I really? I'm not sure. As a user, I don't, because the app can store that data in my local and can be used anywhere, anytime, can be accessed, right? So if we move this study further, if we see about health data, that is even more critical. For example, last 2 years back, we all were going through a pandemic, COVID, and almost all of us got the vaccination. Now, this vaccination certificate was mandated to be shown at airports, railway station, theaters, everywhere, and that is very important document of that became the very important document of our life, right? And if mostly that document is stored digitally in our locker, health locker, and everywhere, but that can be stored at our local phone mobile app as well, so that we doesn't have to load it again and again and wait in a queue. That is another use case of offline first approach. Now, this is a very interesting case study. It's, for example, all of us have used SMS long years ago before WhatsApp. What was the beautiful thing about SMS was it was offline. I can access it anytime, midnight, midday, irrespective of internet. But as soon as WhatsApp came, what WhatsApp did? WhatsApp just changed the transport layer of the SMS. Everything again resides in your local, but the only communication that got changed from SMS to WhatsApp was the transport layer. SMS is based out of cellular mobile network, but WhatsApp was based out of internet. So it became fast, and we were able to exchange messages. But the beautiful part of WhatsApp is I can access my data locally anywhere, anytime. Even while I am in flight, I just open WhatsApp and I can read my long previous chats. I can remember old days, or maybe I can even reply to the messages I have got. And I don't even have to worry about will their message will be delivered or not. WhatsApp will take care of everything after whenever I get the internet. That's the beauty of WhatsApp, which is an offline first app. So why are we talking about all this offline first, WhatsApp and all? So who are we? We are IGA and we are building healthcare solutions for doctors, patients, and healthcare. And what we so the journey started 1.5 years back in Jan 2021. where we were talking to the doctors and we figured out that doctors feared for their data. One of the doctors even told us that, for example, I want to move to digital to manage my practice, but I fear my data. And he gave us one example, like I am seeing my patient is in front of me, but due to internet issue or maybe because of the server issue, I'm not able to access the medical records of this patient. Then what's the use of going digital? There are unwanted hiccups in the network and yeah, blah blah blah. So the doctor wasn't that comfortable and doesn't had that confident that internet softwares will basically improve their practice. In the more the doctor was skeptical about the data accessibility. Will I be able to access my data anytime anywhere like I used to do on pen and paper? So this was the problem we started solving, and what we understood was we have to build softwares which will help and not increase the complexity and won't confuse our users in terms of data accessibility. And our solution should be more reliable and more predictable than the existing solution. The existing solution was pen and paper wala prescription, where doctor is prescribing patients on pen and paper. And we proposed an online EMR tool. So we doctor was skeptical, like what if the internet isn't visible? There is a downtime in internet, or basically due to electricity, the router restarts. I can't say my patient, okay, wait, my system is loading. I have to treat that patient right away, right? So these were all the problems we were addressing, and we figured out that all can be addressed using offline first application. So internet issue plus your server deployments or hiccups can result the software unreliable. So what offline first app can help you with this? It can give you a loader free experience. Like, have you ever seen a loader on your WhatsApp app, even while searching 10 years old messages? No, right? Instant data accessibility. You are getting data instantly. Like, I can just open WhatsApp, just click on the top right search icon, and yeah, you are done. Search for anything, maybe it's 5 years old or 3 years old. Basically, there are few GBs of data which is indexed, and you are getting search result in few milliseconds. It's almost instant. And definitely assurance of the data. Just I will ask one question. How many of us just have created one WhatsApp group just to store our records? Because we trust WhatsApp, we know that if I'm uploaded this document to WhatsApp, I can access this anytime. In fact, for the example I was given before, the flight ticket, the boarding pass, I actually download the boarding pass and send it to myself on WhatsApp. And at the time of security check, I just open WhatsApp and showcase to the security guard. It's that easy, right? I have confidence and I am assured that WhatsApp is, so basically WhatsApp has become my data directory. I can search it anywhere, anything, to do's there. I just keep on bumping my data on WhatsApp. So yeah, this is the use case that offline first app is capable of solving, and WhatsApp already did it. So yeah, this might now strikes you one of the point, like why go for offline first app? Even you can build an offline app. So there is a huge difference between offline first app and then offline app. Like offline first app, which is WhatsApp, and offline app. Let's for example take Google Photos. Google Photos is an offline app. You just turn off the backup feature, and it will be another offline app where you can access your device photos locally, right? It's basically syncing between the server and your phone, and the things are cached on your phone. I won't say it's an offline first app because it's an offline app. But in terms of offline first app, where WhatsApp, For example, you were traveling in a train and the internet was up and down. You just created one video and just uploaded it. Now you don't really have to worry about will this video will be delivered or not. It will be delivered as soon as the internet is stable, right? You doesn't have to hit retry buttons or anything. That's how beautiful the offline first apps are. You just do what you want to do and the app will take care of everything in and out of syncing it to the server and other stuffs. But remember one thing, not all be a offline thing. Like if everything will be offline first, then the importance of internet will be gone, right? Real time will be gone. So not so for take an example of e-commerce like Amazon. We can't build an offline first app of Amazon because there are tons of data points, catalogs which changes every day, every hour. They are dynamic pricing. They can't be offline stored or cached, right? So plus there is no data ownership. It's like the catalog and the pricing are owned by the Amazon and the sellers. But this isn't the data of the user that you are going to store on his local device, right? So not all apps can be offline first. So as a first step in back Jan 2021, we decided on what apps can be offline. What use cases can be solved online and what can be offline. So we figured out that.
Just make sure my audio works. Just make sure my audio works.
Hello, there is some disturbance. Okay, so like for example, use cases of appointments and payments, they are pure real time. You can't cache them.
Hey.
Really happy to see you after React Bangalore.
Oh, what's that, sorry?
Just give me 1 minute. Yeah. So appointments and payments are the use cases of real time. We can't cache them or make them offline first. But they are not that critical as per our use case because we are building software for doctors where the outcome or the conversation between doctor and patient was foremost important. So prescription can be built offline. Yes. It can be synced to the server later. Yes, depending on the internet availability. Previously prescribed codes can be accessed offline. Definitely yes, because doctor is the sole owner of the data, right? So he can access his data whenever he wants. And if a new patient comes to the clinic, can it be added to the directory offline? Yes. After adding a patient, definitely we can create a prescription for it. Then, so these were the more critical use cases in our flows, and we figured out that okay, this all flows can be built offline first to give a more reliability to our doctors. The other thing was when we build softwares for basically software as a service, which are used for 10 to 12 hours in clinics or any of the departments in any of the offices, we can't have a UX where everywhere after every action we are showing a loader. It will be pathetic UX where after clicking a button there is a loader. After going to a next page again there is a loader. It degrades the app performance. So what offline first app also gives you is perceived performance. Here I would again like to take the example of Great WhatsApp, where while searching, have you ever seen a loader? No, right? It is searching in at least thousands or millions of messages, but still there is no loader. In fact, you can even filter and have tons of facility on the app itself, everything working offline. In fact, just send a message. It's not even delivered to the other end. Basically, you are offline, but still that message can be appeared on your searches, right? Basically, once you send a message, it's like 100% guaranteed, okay, the application layer of the phone will push it to the server, or basically it will be actionable. The transaction you have created of sending a message will be now actionable in your searches, anywhere, in your chat messages. Yeah. So the perceived performance is one of the add-ons of very good add-ons, I would say, for offline first apps. But yeah, we have talked a ton of about offline first app, but how do we actually build them? So let's jump to some of the examples which will help us understand how we can easily build offline first app. So let's again take the example of WhatsApp. So if you notice closely, when you send a message, first a clock square icon comes against to a message which says, okay, I'm updating this message on your local database. In the meantime, I'm also uploading this message to the server. So if we will see in this diagram, first is you sent a message, it is received by the application layer. Application do the two things parallelly here. First, update that message in the local database and try to push that message to the server, backend server. It might fail because of internet not available or server not available, can be tons of reasons. It's the responsibility of the application logic, this box, offline first app, that it will ensure the delivery of that message to the server. Now, on the second retry, the message is uploaded to the server. Now, application logic again do the two things: update the status on the UI. Okay, the message is sent with the single tick, and updates the same on the local database, so that whenever you open the application next time, it's persistent. Cool. So this is a journey of first very small use case of offline first app, from basically sending a message and instantly making it available on your local. Now, if how React ecosystem can help us building such great use cases. If we take the previous example, if the UI is our React components, and every interaction done by the user or the UI is followed by React actions. So, Redux actions basically. So, if we will take this example, all the arrows 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, these are all Redux actions. Some are fired by the UI, which are received at our Redux logic level, basically the reducer. And then we have one external services like local database or API server. We will understand it better in the next slide. So let's start. Let's take a simple code example. So you have a send button on your UI on which you click, you type the message and hit the send button. So what it will do? It will just dispatch an action where the type is send message. It will enhance that action, add a local ID and date to the action and the message passed by the UI. Now this message, send message, is handled at 3 different places parallelly. For example, first is our reducer. So what reducer is capable of doing is, reducer has direct interaction with the store, the Redux store. So whenever anything updates on the store, it's directly reflected on the UI. So what here the reducer has done is, on the send message event type, it has added a message to the array of our chat that was React India at Goa, and updated the status to sending. Parallelly, there were 2 more middlewares of the Redux. So in Redux, you can add multiple middlewares to the pipeline. These middlewares are similar to our Node.js or Express.js middlewares, where every request is received by middleware. So in this case, every action, React action you fire will come to your reducers as well, plus your middlewares as well. So first, there are 2 middlewares we have taken. First is local database middleware, which basically on receiving the action send message, it puts that object to the local database. So here we can see object is store.put. So we are using IndexedDB for persistence at local DB. We will talk about IndexedDB in detail in coming slides. So yeah, so to date, local ID, message, and status sending is a message is created on the local database. Now, in the parallel, the one of other middleware, which is server database middleware, is trying to upload that message to the server. There can be multiple failures. So we have handled the failures as well in the simplest possible way while true. So it's pushed to the server, and whenever the API succeeds, API returns OK with message ID, we again dispatch one more function, message sent. So basically dispatching a action will again trigger every reducer and every middleware. So how the journey will look like next would be, you have a message sent where local ID this and ID is this. So what we are gonna do is we will update this event, handle this event and update two places. First is our local storage, which is our IndexedDB, which we are doing it right. So basically what we are doing it right is we are getting the message from the database where local ID equals to the local ID in the action. Then we have updated the message.id to the action.id. ID is basically what is written by the server. Then message.status, which is the sent. And finally, we are updating object store.update message. Cool. And on this, this action is also handled by our reducer. So what reducer does is it updates the status of the message in our Redux global state. Thus, then even finally our UI is updated with the tick icon on the message. So what I want to emphasize here is with the beautiful layouting, the data flow of Redux, where you can add multiple subscribers to an event. For example, whenever I fire in any React action, Redux action, I can have multiple pieces of modules which can do their own work. For example, there is local database middleware which listens to every Redux action and does whatever he wants to do, update the database. There is server database middleware which is responsible for doing all the server related things given an action. And there is reducer which is responsible for updating the UI based on the React actions or the UI actions the user has performed. So now in the previous one, we have stored that message on local storage as well, which was basically the IndexedDB in our case. So what was the use for that? So for example, now the beautiful part of the offline first step comes. I just opened the WhatsApp app. UI will dispatch an open app event. Now this UI open app event will be captured at multiple places. One will be local database middleware, which will basically be responsible for taking the messages from database and putting it on our Redux pipeline, basically the global state, and instantly, because it's the data is available on your IndexedDB, right? IndexedDB or local storage. It's a local storage for you, right? So that data will be instantly rendered on your UI. So for user, it will be like a loader-free experience.
Sorry to cut you off in between, Vishwesh. We are running a little over time, so if you can like wrap it up a little quicker in 2-3 minutes.
Yeah. Just give me 5 more minutes. We will be done. Cool. So this is one local database middleware, which is responsible for getting data from the local and updating the UI. Then we also have a server DB middleware, which parallelly does an API call to the server and tries to get the latest snapshot of the messages. Now at equals to 2, reducer updates the messages in the store. Now finally our API, but it equals to 2, our UI is rendered. The user can access the messages, see it, and do the thing. And now 2 equals to 3, where the server responds with the API. We again update the messages on the reducer, basically the global state of the Redux, and store that updated snapshot in our local database for further fast load. So this way the thinking is complete. So the idea here was whenever the user gets a first render on your app, it won't be a blank, it won't be a loader, it will be a useful content for the user. So this is how the data has flown, like you have UI actions, which are transformed into Redux actions, which are prescribed by reducer or middlewares. So these are listeners. Then reducers updates the store, global store, and middlewares basically do the external communication with your local database or and as soon as anything is uploaded in the store, will definitely will get rendered with the UI on the UI because we have Redux React. Perfect combination. So this is how the whole app or the powerful app will look like. We have a presentation layer, user files and action. This is a router. Don't get confused with the React router. This is basically the statements we write in our reducers and middleware. Based on different actions, React actions, different modules are invoked. First is offline cache, or the application logic. Application logic is heavy module, which basically tries to fetch the data from local DB first. And in the meanwhile, parallelly it also does an API call on the server to get the latest snapshot and finally puts the data on your data global state, which is again transformed into on to a presentation. I have a UI control. So this is how even in fact basically everything is done via React Redux action. So monitoring, audit report, audit logs, what was done after what very easily because we just have to log the actions fired by the user. So what we have realized was the offline first app plays a crucial role in overall UX and makes our platform reliable and use the assurity of the data to the user. Like your data is available whenever you want it. You don't have to even wait for internet or reliable internet connectivity. It's on your fingertips. So one of the challenges we faced here was the IndexedDB API isn't that good. Like more towards the callback help. So just to get an update, get an object from the database, update to fields, and again saving it to the database. You have to do 6 months of. And for after searching about IndexedDB, just came up with a beautiful UI, beautiful framework, which is Dixie.js. So it says few lines of code. It just exposes.
Hi, Vishwesh. We like really pressed on time. So we
Yes, this is the last slide. Just give me 1 minute more.
okay, great.
So with the help of Dixie, you can just do a DB get messages, upsert messages, or even Dixie is so powerful that you can do almost all the SQL queries with the help of Dixie. And IndexedDB is powerful. It supports order by, which is exposed by Dixie.js. Order by, you can do where ID equals to this, to array, sort, and much more things. So yeah, that was a wrap. I will put all the resources and much more information on my Twitter tweet. And if you are excited about building next generation offline apps, do post your thinking at jobs.ika.care. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much for your talk, Vishwesh. Really enjoyed it thoroughly. Um, yeah, you can stop sharing your screen. Thank you.
Hey, hi. Thank you.
Let's move further. We will now move on to our next speaker. Developing for each platform individually is so 2010s. Taz will be walking us through why the process of developing with Guild and creation of modern day cross-platform responsive design systems in this upcoming talk. I hope we don't start seeing React Native everywhere by the end of this talk. So, this stage is yours, and you can continue with your talk. All the best.
Awesome, thank you. Let me just share my screen properly. Apologies. Nope, it's not coming. Sorry. You able to see my screen now? I'm guessing that's a yes, so I'm just gonna start. Feel free to interrupt if you can't see me. But yeah, I'm Taz Singh. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm so sad I couldn't be with all of you there in person this year. Unfortunately, work had to take me to New York, so I'm presenting for you out of a hotel room in Brooklyn at the moment. So I'm happy to be involved in whichever which way I could. But yeah, it looks amazing, and I'm sure the conference is going to be awesome as well. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Taz Singh, the founder of Guild, and I'm here to talk to you about React Native everywhere. And by everywhere, I mean, yes, even down here with these lovely penguins. So as I mentioned, I'm the founder of Guild. It's a new platform for communities all around the world. It's based around events like the one that we're at right now and presentations like the one that I'm giving. So come chat with me if you're curious about what we're building. Feel free to message me on Twitter. I'm happy to DM you on there. But by now, I'm sure you might have noticed that my accent is a bit different. And that's because I'm originally from Toronto, where I started the Toronto JavaScript community back in 2010. Back in those early days, I was subject to a lot of banter about JavaScript. Oh, you aren't a real developer, they used to say. You don't program in C++ or .NET or Java. And I was taken aback. Because if you've ever built a JavaScript web application before, you know how complicated and how much diligence it requires. So I started Toronto JS just to get people together, get them talking, get them sharing their experiences, such that we can learn from each other together. And that's kind of what led me to discovering that communities are everywhere. Again, we're at a community right now. Some of my friends I've met through the community, and a lot of them are actually at the very conference React India at this very moment. So in 2017, I packed my bags and I moved to London to explore those communities all around the world. It was also then that I was introduced to React Native for the first time, where you can see me presenting here in London, essentially at another community event organized by Ellie, whose tweet this is from. You can find that presentation posted on Guild by heading over to my profile and checking the presentations that I've given. Clicking on the 6-in-1 link will take you to a video of the talk I gave back then. But to give you a very quick overview of that talk, essentially the goal was to have common code running on every platform. Of course, each platform is different and requires unique considerations to properly address the uniqueness of each platform. This is one of the strengths of React Native, that you can push that unique code to the boundaries and keep the core the same for every platform. Things like date selectors, file inputs, notification maps, and more can be pushed outwards, leaving the application to focus on your core business logic. For us, an early stage startup, it's important to have every developer be as impactful as possible. Thus, this approach is very appealing to us. What we don't want is separate teams working on individual parts of the application. That would result in no code sharing at all, and that wouldn't be efficient. We don't want some low level of code sharing where maybe some elements are shared, but the majority is still separate. In an unrealistically ideal world, 100% of our code would be shared across every platform. But what I've seen is that doesn't really address the uniqueness of individual platforms, which is one of the core strengths of React Native. So this is just an unrealistic ideal that I don't think we can strive for. Essentially, in reality, what we'd like to achieve is 95+% code sharing across every platform, pushing all of the uniqueness to the boundaries, essentially like I'm mentioning here. Of course, you can go check out my talk from 2017 to figure out how I did that. I speak more in depth about all of this, and I include all the Webpack config to make it happen. But these days, all of those batteries are included in Expo, which packages all of this up very nicely for you to use. So I'd recommend checking out their documentation and going to their site in order to download a working environment and get all of this up and running. Make any app, run it everywhere. So today, I'd like to focus with the next part of my journey, responsive composition and navigation. Let's start with responsiveness. It's no secret that multiple form factors exist. When building an app that works everywhere, we obviously need to take this into account. You'd expect a platform like React Native to do this well, but really it just provides the basic primitives. And critically, there's no CSS. That means there's no media queries, There's no CSS grid. There's no CSS selectors, no first child, end child, last child support, or any of that. And so if you've ever built a website using CSS before, you know how difficult it can be without having any of these primitives that we're used to. So let's take an example from React Native, just raw React Native to maybe illustrate the point in React Native. Let's assume we have a code that looks like this, where you have the code on the left and the rendered UI on the right. We're just rendering a basic list of items here, of course, but the design doesn't really look that great. So let's add a background color and add some padding to that container just to make it look a bit more like what you'd actually build. Okay, now the items are a bit squished together. There's no real spacing in between them. So let's add a bit of space between each item. And here you can see that I have padding on all of the elements except for the first one. If I add padding to the first element, it'll then, obviously collide with the container padding, and the entire thing will look a bit offset again. So I really want essentially like every item except for the first one to have padding, not the first one itself. Now, this creates a challenge because I'm treating items differently. How do we create essentially what's visually identical padding without having identical padding on every single item? So you might refactor the code to look something like this, where if the first index is 0, then don't add padding, but if it's any other item, then add padding. But you can start to see how coupled this gets to the UI we're building. Because the container has padding, we don't want padding on that first element. If the container doesn't have padding, it gets a bit messy very quickly. Composition doesn't really work under this model, and that's what I found firsthand when trying to build responsive web applications with React Native, was the composition was a challenge. So what do I do? Well, thankfully around the same time, I went to Bangalore, and the React Bangalore community got a hold of me to present for the community there. So here I am talking about a community, here I am talking to the community about a Pontiac Aztec, because communities are everywhere after all. That's where I met a good friend of mine, Siddharth, sitting next to me here at a dinner after that event. And thank goodness for that, because he's now one of the foremost experts on React Native design systems. Around that same time, I was looking for a solution for my React Native application. Sid came out with React UI, which actually focuses purely on React Web. But critically, it says React UI comes with a set of components that are accessible, responsive, and customizable, which sounds like exactly what I want. It also has a list of components that it ships with. So reading from the right there's element, link, select, text, text area, and so on. And critically at the bottom, there's also stack and grid to help you with layout. But as I mentioned, the problem here is that this was built for React Web, not strictly React Native. But I was wondering if I could take this and maybe build a React Native design system using the primitives that Sid described. Maybe those layout constructs would help me with the responsive nature of my application, and maybe the rest of it would help with composition between those elements themselves. So I tried doing exactly that, and after some trial and error, I got something working. I thought to message Sid. I said, "Hey Sid, how's it going? Are you enjoying Amsterdam now?" I wanted to reach out to say I'm a big fan of React UI. In fact, such a big fan, I ended up implementing large parts of it for my React Native application in a cross-platform manner. It's a shameless rip of React UI, but of course, React UI is for the web, and what I've built is for React Native. Thus, no emotion, no CSS. I have to implement stack differently, and so on. Sid responded, "That's really cool. React UI is a rip-off theme UI, rip-offs all the way down." As I'm known for saying, great artists copy, good artists copy, great artists steal, right? But looking at the dates in these messages, you can see this was peak lockdown back in 2020 that I was messaging Sid about this. And here's an example of what I created back then with the rendered component on the right and the code on the left. You'll see this if you go to the presentation screen on Guild. This is straight code powering that production UI. And hopefully just by looking at the code on the left, you can see how it maps to the UI on the right. The critical construct that makes a lot of this composable is that stack component, where all I need to do is just set the gap property and the rest of it renders based off of that. No more passing down a style prop just to set that spacing. All of it's configured just on its own. I just need to set it declaratively on the stack, and the rest of it lays out automatically. Then at the bottom, I compose in a user item component. And here, again, it's just another stack that's horizontal this time. It renders the user's primary photo. There we go. It renders the user's primary photo, and it renders a link component with the user's name. By simply composing these stacks, we're able to build an entire UI that glues together very nicely. I think that's what they call being a full stack developer. Now, you can take that singular presentation component and place that within a grid, which you can see here. Each stack is a row, and we have a grid with columns within each row. By simply composing these underlying stacks into a grid, we can build the entire page on the right. And you can also see that it's fully responsive while also being highly declarative. So at this point, I was pretty happy. I was pretty happy with the implementation. It works. I proved the model. I built out several UIs with it. I tested that there's no weird edge cases I didn't account for. It seemed to work very well. And so I built the rest of Guild in this way. Every UI you go to is built on top of a system just like this. It's all stacks all the way down. So I came up with a snazzy name for this, and I was gearing up for an open source release. I wanted to call it Mondrian. This was named after the famous Dutch design system engineer Piet Mondrian, who's known for composing stacks into UIs that look like this. So I created an empty repo on GitHub and started preparing for a public release. I was really excited to share Mondrian with the rest of the world and to get more people using it. That's exactly when I found out about native base. So if you aren't familiar with native base, let's compare it with Mondrian. It's a React Native every platform design system. It's far more comprehensive than we've ever built with Mondrian. It's now in version 3. We're still on alpha 3. They spend far more time on accessibility than we have. It has documentation, which we do not. And critically, it's built in Bangalore, which was the original inspiration for Mondrian all along. So if I was to pick a React Native every platform design system today, I'd probably go with native base. They've done a fantastic job, and I'd recommend you check them out as well. Okay, so let's move on to the next part of my journey, navigation. There's, of course, mobile and desktop navigation. And so on these platforms, it's more typical to navigate using the UI itself. You tap on a button and you navigate to a new screen. You kind of use you can basically use a mouse. Essentially, the UI is a navigational construct for these. And then there's web-based navigation, where you have a back button, a forward button, a refresh button, a URL bar, and tabs. Each of these manipulates the UI state in a different manner, and they're kind of external to the UI itself. You kind of use a mouse, a keyboard. You use all of these different things to navigate using the UI. You don't actually use the physical UI itself. I don't have to explain how a browser works, of course, but the main navigational experience on web that differs from mobile or desktop is basically the URL bar. You don't have a URL bar on mobile. You don't have a URL bar in Slack, for example, but you do have a URL bar on the web. So to demonstrate this, here's a recording of the UI for my cat's Instagram page. She's too adorable, isn't she? We navigate using the UI, and a modal opens contextually to let us know that the page we're on is initiating that action from. This is similar to working on mobile or desktop, where if you tap on an item and it opens up a modal, because you're using the UI to tap on that, it knows what to place in the background. So therefore, like that construct is what we have on mobile and desktop. We don't have to worry about any additional navigational state. However, if we copy the URL bar now from that modal and put that in a new tab, we can see that new tab opens up with a full page as that photo. That's because it doesn't know what to place in the background. The only information it has is what's encoded into the URL bar. This is critically different on web-based navigation that doesn't exist on essentially on mobile. So how do we go about physically building this? I took a look at a few different solutions, and I'm sure you're all familiar with React Router, which advertises support for browser-based DOM routing, as well as React Native. While this does work very well, it of course lacks bindings on the mobile side to enable things like dragging from the edge of the screen to go back, for example. So it doesn't quite feel native on the mobile side, but it works very well on the web side. Then there's React Navigation, which is a full-on mobile-first navigational experience. If you've worked with React Native before, you've likely used React Navigation. It uses React Native screens from Software Mansion to provide that drag from the edge to go back functionality. And on mobile, it works great. In recent years, they've shipped web support, which is what I'm demonstrating here. And so we tried this, but unfortunately, it just didn't quite feel proper on the web. While it technically worked, it felt a bit heavy and a bunch of things just felt off. Things like incremental loading of routes, which you want for the web, of course, you don't want to load everything in one massive bundle, also incrementally loaded the URL bar. So the URL bar would just incrementally rewrite itself. The back and forward buttons didn't quite work. If you just kept pressing back and forward, it would put the app into a weird state that it just couldn't recover from, which meant that you hit the refresh button and then watch the URL bar rewrite itself all over again. So to summarize, React Router has great state management, but it doesn't quite feel native on non-web platforms. And React Navigation state management is a bit wonky, but it does have that native feel. So when building a 95+% shared code base for the same navigation for every platform, we picked React Navigation despite its flaws in the web. The UX won't be ideal, but users will just have to live with it because that wonkiness is the best that we have today. I know the team there is smart. I've had the pleasure of meeting a lot of them myself, and they're lovely people. And I know they're working very hard on making this better. I've tried lending a hand by sending in pull requests, but I found it became difficult with the heritage that React Navigation has to properly address all of its concerns. So we'll wait and we'll upgrade as they release new features in the hope that the user experience will continue to improve as they continue to improve the library. Again, I have faith in that team. I know it's just a matter of time until they release something proper. But yeah, that's my talk. So that's how you share 95% code on every platform. Thanks, everyone. Just kidding, of course. I mean, that would be a terrible way to talk. End of talk. I mean, you haven't really learned anything from that. Come on, there's no solution at the end of there. Like, come on, I'm disappointed in you for thinking that I end a talk in that manner. Like, you should know better. If you've learned anything by now, you should know that I solve all of my problems with incessant complaining to people from the community. And this time, it was complaining to my good friend Lorenzo, pictured here in the only picture I had with them at my friends Phil and Cindy's wedding. So reading from the left to the right, you can clearly see that I'm the best man in this photo, and Lorenzo's the second best man, because obviously we rank it from left to right in terms of priority, and there's no other way to interpret this photo, of course. That's the only way to look at it, and don't ask Lorenzo. You don't have to worry about asking him for any sort of clarity. That's just the way that it is. Don't worry about it. But anyway, Lorenzo is the former maintainer of React Navigation and is heavily involved with React Native community efforts. So typically when I don't know of a good way to proceed with React Native, I ask him for help. And this time he came through. He told me of a new React Native navigation library called React Native URL Router. URL routing, but for React Native, you say? That sounds like exactly what I want. So taking a look at the documentation, we find this example. I'm not sure if you can see the small text, but it's basically the best parts of React Router mashed up with the best parts of React Native screens to provide that drag from the edge of the screen functionality to go back. It looked amazing. So I went to go try it out, but I found that it didn't work at all on the web. It's still experimental and built mainly for mobile. Adding web support looked pretty straightforward, however, and it looked like simply swapping out a native router for a browser router and a stack navigator for a routes component from React Router. It looked like swapping essentially these two components right here, and that was it. If I swap just those two, I can get full code sharing across every single platform. But I didn't want to go through all the effort of sending over PRs just to find out that I was wrong and the team was thinking about things differently. So I got in touch with the maintainer, Alec, from Software Mansion, and asked if I can have a quick chat about the direction of the project before I started submitting PRs. And what I got really surprised me. Alec set up a call and invited Christoph, who I looked up in LinkedIn beforehand, and he said he was the director of engineering for Software Mansion. I was expecting a well, Taz. You know, we're a consultancy, and if you want help from us, you can just hire us, and here's our rate sheet if you want help from our consultancy. But what I actually got really, really surprised me. I got so much love and support from both of them that I was really taken aback. They didn't ask me for anything at all, and in fact, they just told me that they're here to help with any aspect of using their library. In fact, they were more interested in the direction of Guild as a platform because they're doing so many community, they have so many community efforts themselves that they wanted to elevate their community efforts with a platform like Guild. So I have to say, I've been in the business now for over 2 decades, and I don't think I've seen so much love and dedication to the craft as I've seen for these two. I can only speak of them in the highest, and I would recommend you check out their community efforts as well as all of their other libraries. Overall, we agreed to partner on React Native URL Router and use Guild as an example app to test out the paradigm of how it's used. So I rolled up my sleeves and I went to rewrite our entire application. I ripped out React Navigation and dropped in React Router as a stepping stone of implementing React Native URL Router. Here are the stats from that PR. You can see I removed more than double the code that I introduced. And overall, the app now feels much snappier with all of the browser-based navigation feeling much more at home as well. But I think the best way is to ask you, if you've used Guild before, did you even notice? Did you notice that Guild is using React Native Web? Did you notice that Guild is using an experimental homegrown design system that I custom built? Did you notice that it's using an experimental navigation framework as well? Or did you just think it was an ordinary app built in an ordinary way? I spoke a lot about running on every platform, while right now we're still focused just on the web platform. But we've built everything in such a manner that when we incrementally release our mobile app and our desktop apps, we can just build off of the same code base that we have right now. And it's much easier than introducing a whole new code base and a whole new set of libraries on top of that. But if you've taken away anything from this talk, it should be that we're only as good as the community around us. Throughout this journey, I'm fortunate and privileged to have met the people I know through the community. I'm not special, and without their support, I would be nowhere at all. I just go to events and I talk to people there and I learn from the people around me. That's exactly why I started Toronto JS back in 2010, and it's exactly why we're working on Guild today. Because at the end of the day, communities are everywhere, and now your technology is too. Thank you.
What a great talk. And like, I don't think so I should even mention that that was a 10 on 10 on presentation, of course. So thank you so much for this lovely talk, Daz.
It's my pleasure, and again, I hope all the best for React India. I'm so sad I can't be there in person this time around, but Manjula asked me to put next year's dates into my calendar a year and a half before it happens. So I hope to join you next year, and I can't wait to see the pictures online from the rest of the event. Have fun, everyone.
Put next edition's date tonight only in your calendar. We hope to see you next time. Thank you.
Awesome. See you. Thanks, everyone. Bye.
All right. So moving on, after design systems, what do you think is the next big hit on everybody's checklist for React India? Yes, these are, we are talking about micro frontends. But how does one even implement these micro frontend patterns, and that too with data sharing between micro apps? So next up we have with us Mohit and Hanuma, who will answer these questions for us. So I'll simply give the stage to both of them. And yeah. You people can continue with your presentation.
Okay, sure. So let's start the screen share. Can you confirm if you can see your screen? Hello. Hey everyone. So thanks for joining today. So I am Hanuma. I work as a solutions architect at EPAM. So I have my colleague Mohit with me. Hello. So we will be talking about micro frontends and how we can share the data among micro frontends.
Yep. Hello all.
Yeah.
Hello all. This is Mohit here, and I'm lead software engineer at EPAM system. I work on JavaScript and different frameworks involved in JavaScript. I'm an enthusiast to learn on cloud, and I have been picking up some of the cloud courses. And today we would be talking about micro frontend. Over to Hanuma to begin the session. Thank you all.
Thanks, Mohit. So this is the agenda for today. So we will go through the evolution of the web development in how we have been developing the apps in various phases. And then we will shift our focus to what are micro frontends. And then we'll look at a few challenges in developing micro frontends. And then we will change gears and we will look at a couple of data sharing and communication patterns that are being used extensively in the industry. Then we'll have a cute little demo. After that, we'll open up for Q&A. So, okay, so let's start. So this is the very first website that was published in the late 1980s. So Sir Tim Berners-Lee, whom you see on the slide, has invented this project. He kind of worked on this and came up with this application. Now, ever since that, it has caused a revolution, and nowadays it is very hard to find a firm or an organization which does not have any online presence. Every firm has its own online presence in one way or another. It could be an app, it could be a website, it could be anything else. Now, most of the firms have a website or a mobile app, right? Now, as with time and technology, the way we have been building the websites and apps have changed drastically. From no animation to 3D graphics, now quite a lot is possible on the web. And the very reason why we are meeting today is because of one of those technologies which made the development possible, and that is React. So welcome to the React India conference from our side, and hope you are all having a great time. So the first and foremost style that the industry has adopted is the monolith style. So in the monolith application, what we used to have is a gigantic code base where everything used to be there, like the UI, the business logic, and the data interaction used to happen in a single executable. Now there were a lot of advantages with that, as well as there are disadvantages to that as well. Now, when it comes to the advantages, simplicity in development and testing is the first and foremost thing. Now, developers can develop it easily, and testing can also be simple because there is only one component to be tested. The entire development happens in only one code base, and because there is only one code base, typically we'll have only one executable for the deployment. Then the initial cost of infra that is needed to run the application is low because there aren't too many moving parts. From the operations and maintenance perspective, it is very easy to keep track of because there is only one application that is running. Now on the other side, we have few drawbacks and disadvantages. The code is very highly coupled, and it causes a lot of pain during troubleshooting. Like if we were to troubleshoot an issue, we need to go through the entire code because it's very hard to find where the problem is. And the performance could possibly be impacted as well. And moving on, because we have one gigantic code base, right? It's not easy to introduce a new technology which could be doing the same task that we have been doing in a simpler way. So that would pose a challenge. And the biggest problem of all is that we need to, even if we need to make a little change, the entire solution needs to be redeployed. Then from monolith, we kind of moved into a layered architecture pattern. So in this pattern, we kind of decouple the front end and the back end. So with this, we had gotten some flexibility with respect to technological choice. And the problem with this approach is the communication between the teams needs to be very precise because the front end will have to code according to the logic that is being developed on the back end, and then there has to be a concrete interface that has to be exchanged. And that would actually pose an integration challenge. From there, we went on to the microservices architecture. So one of the key things with microservices is the adoption of domain-driven design. So we typically draw domain boundaries, and then we work on a given context, and then we create small and independent services that are responsible only for their domain data. So it's predominantly aimed to decouple and dissect the backend services that run heavy business logic. Now, with this approach, we went from a monolith to a front-end backend. From there to we went to an API-first approach. So with this, we were able to kind of build services that can scale, and then we became ready for failure. And we also ensured that the development pace has gained. And with that, we also introduced this DevSecOps, which has gained a lot of popularity, and we have seen a lot of benefits from that. But there are few disadvantages to this as well, because the integration could be very complex. There will be cross-cutting concerns that we need to take care of. And because we have a lot of moving parts, the cost of infrastructure is high. And then it becomes an operational overhead as well. So what we have seen so far is we went from a monolith to a front-end back-end pattern and then to microservices. But one thing that stayed the same is the UI is still a monolith. So in a monolith, because everything is being worked upon as a single code base, it's very hard for us to maintain and make any changes. And so, because as with any other technology, we still have room for improvement. So one of the things that we can improve is to objective to actually overcome the slow onboarding. Because there is a huge code base, and if somebody needs to join the team, he has to go through each and every line of code, which becomes a pain. Then the innovation will be less, because if a new developer has an idea and that idea involves adding a new technology which could solve the problem, but because the code base is stable and it has been running in the production for quite a while, the business owners may not be interested to put in that money. Then with this approach, we would also see the changes and the deployments would slow down. Yeah, so from here on, my friend Mohit. Okay. So sorry for that. So in 2016, ThoughtWorks came up with this term known as micro frontends. So ThoughtWorks publishes the technology radar. It has 4 different phases: hold, assess, then trial, and then adopt. So micro frontends has been put in the adopt category in April 2019. So from there, industry has seen wide adoption, and now we are having multiple frameworks using which we can actually build upon. So now let's see how we can apply our learnings from microservices to the front-end architecture. So we have this microservices architecture where we had segregated the services based on the domain boundaries. Now what we are doing is we are actually ensuring the same principle applies on the front end as well. So now the UI becomes a unit of work, and this unit of work works on a given business domain. Like from services to apps, we kind of changed the monolith architecture on the UI to a from horizontal to a vertical architecture. So this is what we are calling as micro frontend. So one of the typical use case for this is shopping cart. So when we go into an app like Amazon and we add some products that we want to shop, and then when we go to the shopping cart, we see the list of products there. Now, should we wish to make a change in the shopping cart because we want to change the look and feel, or if we want to add a new technology that gives a better user experience, with micro frontend we will be able to do that. But had it been a monolith application, we may not be able to do that easily. So this is a reference from Martin Fowler, which is a very good read. So there are quite a few ways in which we can implement micro frontends. So my friend Mohit will go through them.
Hello all. So Hanuma has just explained us about how the evolution of web has worked, and how actually like we evaluated from a normal application, a single HTML page, to a huge new web of like world of web. Now whenever like a different new terms gets coined in, we need someone to implement implemented these micro frontend, or I would say they made it easier for us came up and ask us to have this been implemented. So we have listed few of them. So one is single spa. Single spa is nothing just like it is kind of a routing system. So what it does is like you have different applications which you create. So you will create a normal Angular application, you create a React application, and this single spa will help us to route between them. And when it routes them, it doesn't feel to you like that they are different frameworks. So to the user, it is visibility is just a single application, and at the background you are having different frameworks which talk to each other via routing. When coming to module federation, so module federation actually takes the power of Webpack. So in this, like in Webpack, we have a module federation plugin, which again gives you the same power. You have different frameworks which are there, and they are federated modules, and the federated modules can be routed to one another based on the way you put them into your application. We have another framework that is called Lugi. This it's a bit different, and this is one of the most used modular top framework. So what it does is like you will have your different assume you have a monolith application, and you can transform your monolith application to a module micro front end using this framework. So this framework very smartly breaks down your application and changes into different components, and we can call it different micro front end, and then communicate between them. Okay, and like all these frameworks which we have looked into, like the single spa, module federation, and Lugi, this mostly kind of work on JavaScript, right? So you might have a thought like that when we talk about micro front end, it's mostly talking about apps which are built on JavaScript, but it's not that. We have different another frameworks which even helps you to leverage the power of assume plugins which are built on PHP, or plugins which are built on Ruby. So open components is one of the framework which actually helps you to even work on plugins which are built on other different frameworks and help you to build micro frontend on top of them. So these are the ways by which there are many more ways. We cut them short and put few in front of you. Moving forward, we comes like this is actually an important thing. So when we talk about any new technology, right? The thing that comes to our mind is like, what are the advantages, right? So I will close them. I opened them all. I'll go one by one. So they talk about like why we should take it, right? What are the advantages? We are already doing things in a more simpler way. Why to complex it, right? So with micro frontend, there comes a lot of advantages. We'll go through few of them and understand how it actually help us to adopt it. So first is technology agnostic. So it is not dependent on any specific technology. Like we saw, it can work on JavaScript. It can work on plugins which are created on Ruby, PHP. When it comes to JavaScript, it works on different frameworks in JavaScript. Like you can have in the same app, you can have React. In the same app, you can have Angular, Vue, vanilla JavaScript talking to each other. So it is technology agnostic. We don't need teams which work on only one technology. So if you have teams which are on multiple tech stack, still still they can come together and build an app for you. Next is autonomous team. So these teams which work, they when we say theoretically, they don't need to talk to each other. So they are complete autonomous teams which can work, and they even they don't want to know who is the next team working on your application. So it is theoretical, but yeah, so the teams can be autonomous. When we move to practicality of it, it changes. Okay. Then it's an independent development and deployment. So you have one app on React, the development team can independently work on it. It can be deployed independently regardless of the other apps in that. So it's a complete independent mode of development and deployment. Scalability. So as a team, basically, or as an application, you can scale very easily. So based on teams, you need not to have any constraint on the team side that we need to scale only on one framework, or we need to scale only on one location, or we need to scale only we have a constraint, right? While we're building some functionality, we have a constraint that, okay, this can be done in one framework, this cannot be done in another framework. So there is no limit. You can scale very fast. Beta testability. So basically when you have these components segregated from each other, right, it's easily to test them independently. So the testing of your apps can be the components of your apps can be very good. Fault isolation. So this is actually very good advantage of micro frontend. So fault isolation is basically when your system is down. Okay, so assume you have a monolith application and it is down, boom, your application doesn't work. To user, he cannot see anything. But with micro frontend, it's not like that. Since each component is a separate module, they actually, if they fail, only a part of your application is down. To the user, it can be an impact, but it doesn't hamper him. He can still use your application. He may see some section down, right? So it's for your product or for your business, it is an impact, but it's very less as compared to the one when you built using the monolith application. So we have seen some very good advantages of micro frontend, but again, where comes a benefit, there is always a pitfall of things. So in micro frontend, there are few pitfalls, and we will see few of them. So when one big pitfall is on the UI consistency. So when you run a business, right, and you have when you run a business, you will scale your business, right, and you will scale it on mobile, web. You will have different forums where you talk about your business. So on all the forums, you want your UI to be consistent, right? And today we had I think in this conference we had a panel discussion. We talked about design systems. So the whole concept of design systems lies about having this consistency on the business, right? With micro front end, this becomes a challenge because you have different teams, right? And you have different frameworks. Each frameworks can have their own styles. Each team may have their own way of having the UX. So this is a bit of challenge. So when you are setting up a micro front end app, you need to consider this, right? You need to think that how you can make your UI consistent. Data sharing, so this is like one piece of our talk where we will have the demo about data sharing. So practically, theoretically, or in a best scenario, we don't want our micro front ends to share data. But when your app is growing big, right, and performance, maybe one good point where you want some of your components to talk to each other, right? So assume you want some data in one of your microservice, and you don't want to make an another API call and again fetch the data where when the data exists in your peripheral, right? So in those cases, this is one of a scenario. There can be many more scenario as well, but in such cases we want your microservices to talk to each other, right? So again, when they talk to each other, how they will talk, why they will talk, and how the communication will happen is one big challenge. This is a nice one. So this is on the integration testing. So in the advantages we talked about, it's a better testing, right? But it's better testing on that component itself, right? But when you want to test the features along with other features, right, where you want to do an integration testing, right, then it becomes a challenge. There are way outs of making it work, but yeah, it is still a challenge when you work on micro front end. Debugging, so debugging, this we put it in terms of whenever you have an issue reported, right? You have issue reported from the users, they see there's something cracking, and then as your first level support team, when they try to troubleshoot it, that time it becomes a bit difficult. And on even on the code side, if you have different teams and one team is looking at the issue and it may not be their issue, so at times you dig into the code, it becomes a bit of challenge that can be resolved with the technology stack that we have. But this is one challenge we should look for. The build process, the process, build process, generally you have different segment of the application there, right? How, in what sequence do you build them, right? And how do you actually create that one piece of gem, and combining all these small metals together, right? So this can be a challenge. It is something which it may not be as dangerous as the UI consistency, but this is one of the challenges as well. Complexity, so on the complexity, it's more when we are actually looking into the scenario where we actually want different teams, right? So on the different teams, they are talking to each other, right? And on the framework level itself, right? So you have different components loading into your browser, right? So how you load them, when you load them, do you load them synchronously, do you load them asynchronously, how actually you deal with them is a complex nature of this framework. There are different ways to resolve it. The frameworks that are in the market, in most of the cases they make life easy for you, but this is one challenge as well. So now, we just highlighted you one section which talks about the data sharing and communication between different micro front end, and this is it's the main part of our talk today. So yeah, so we look into few patterns, how when we talk about components, right? So in generally we'll have a parent component, we have a child component, and we'll have siblings of childs, and again the parent child relationship. So there can be, in general, there can be three ways where communication will happen. First way would be when we are communicating from parent to child, and second way would be when we are communicating from the child to parent. So child would be the sender and the parent is actually the receiver in this case. Another way is the child to child thing. So when we look at the child to parent, so in general, in different frameworks, when we talk about React also, so when there is a communication between parent to child, right? So here it's mostly when we talk about in terms of DOM, right? So there's a parent DOM and there is a child DOM. So whenever there is some communication, so a new version of the DOM is being sent down, right? And the children who has some specific version of the DOM, they see the differences and whatever is there, they will load it, right? So this is in generally how the communication happens. When it comes to child to parent, here it's mostly on the event side, and again on the child to child, because they are two different people. At times they don't know who they are, in case if they are not the siblings. So in that case, it's more on the event side. Okay. And yeah, so how actually we will share data? So here we have taken two ways of sharing. There can be multiple ways as well, but as we talked about event, right, when it is child to child or it is child to parent. So one way is when we share with custom events. So in our demo we'll dig more into that, but at Crusk I can tell you like what happens is we'll have one part of your app, we call it an app one, which is basically creating a custom event, and it is dispatching it to the window object, right? And then you will have another part of your application, which we in this case has called app2, and app2 would be having a listener. So here if you see, we created a Windows add listener and we're listening to that message, and here once we listen to the message, we can take an action like handle new message is the action we have. So this is very simple. Like when we look to at that, it is how JavaScript always communicated, right? So this is a simple way, but still powerful, by which we can communicate with even with when two frameworks are working on the same platform. The another way is taken again from the books of React, and this is about creating a store. So in general, like when we talk about microservice, right, micro frontend, sorry, we would be having a parent application and few child application which are different frameworks on top of it, right? So there, like in general, we treat the parent application as the base store, and then everyone whoever want to do a publish can publish to the parent store, and the other people like other childs who want to subscribe it can subscribe from the store. In our example that we will demo, we just looked into and created a simple store, and then we'll show you how a pub sub will work and how the communication will actually work between these different frameworks. Okay. This is the part of the code where we are actually subscribing for the events which are there on the store. Okay, and now we go to the demo. Okay, so I hope the screen is visible. Okay, so I'll just close the parts of my app. So here, let me first show you what we are trying to demo to you. Okay, so we are demoing to you an app that is very cute, and it's a fruit wala app. So it's very simple. To you it may look like it's a kiddish app, but yeah, with this small app we want to show to you how we leverage the power of micro frontend and how do we share data between them. So in this app, like if you see, like we have a header kind of thing where we have the logo for our fruit wala app. We have a cart image which shows like what all items goes into the cart, the count of the item. We have this middle section where we talk about different fruits which are there in our Cartwala shop, right? And then we have a footer section which talks about subscription and on different social media platforms. And then we have a cart view, right? Here we shows like whatever you select here. So assume you have selected an apple, it shows into your cart that this you're selecting, and it talks a nice thing about the fruit, right? And then like you can add it to the cart. You click here and you can see one count is added. If you click on this, it shows you what is the item in your cart. Okay, and then we look at peach, and again we can add it to the cart. When we look at the cart, it shows what is there on your cart. Now it looks very simple, right? It's a simple app which can be built on JavaScript, plain JavaScript as well. But here our main focus is to show you we have different frameworks. So this header is an app built on React. Again, this footer is an app which is built on React. The center part of the app is plain vanilla JavaScript. This section where it talks about add to cart, it is built on shelf. And then this section, when we click on this cart, again this is a separate app which is built on React. So we will showcase to you how actually they are communicating with them. Okay, so we'll go to our code, and here like you see we have this one app, right? And this is a kind of packaged app which we have built on top of single spa, and this is leveraging the benefit of module federation. Okay, so with the webpack module federation, it is leveraging that benefit as well. We have these different section. As I told you, the nav is basically the one which is built on React. If I go to the source, we'll have this header section. This looks familiar to all. This is a simple functional component from React. Again, the footer is one more other functional component from React, and this is a React app, right? And if we go into another section, the product image, which we talked about, this is plain vanilla JavaScript. We have index.js file, and as we said, that we have leveraged the functionality of single spa. So you will see some code here talking about single spa. Our focus is not to dig into the code and tell you how this works. The focus is to tell how they share data. So this again is on different JavaScript. So it's plain JavaScript actually. We have a cart view. Again, if you go here, this section is again on React. So sorry. So again, it is a functional component on React. And then the buy tools. So this buy tools is again on a framework shelf, and this is basically like a bit different from React and JavaScript. So in React and JavaScript, all the power or all the power that we leverage is from the browser, right? The browser does most of the work for us, but this framework is a bit different. It does some part or the most of the part during compilation. It takes some load from the browser, right? Need not to talk more on this framework, just to give you a small description on it. And yeah, so this is there, and we'll see how they are talking. So Hanma will just quickly showcase that to you.
So if we go back to the app, so what is happening here is, let me refresh this. So the moment we select a fruit and we click on this add to cart, we see that the number has been increased. So it is basically keeping track of the number of items that we are adding. So if we go ahead and add another thing, we see that it is increasing. So let's see how it is actually working. So one more thing before we go in. So we know this is the standard header of any web app, right? So inside this web app, we have a cart icon, and this cart icon is actually showing the count of items that we have in our shopping cart. So if we go into the code, and if we go to the nav and header, so what we are doing is basically we are leveraging the power of custom events, and then we are also leveraging the power of use effect, and then keeping the count up to date. Like the moment we add a new item into the cart, the count gets increased. So how does it work? So we have a central store for the entire application. So in this application, whenever there is a new fruit that is being added, so we push that to a array. So that will have the count, that will have the actual fruits list, and here also we are incrementing the count. Now where is this being called from? So we have these event listeners that are actually calling, right? Like we have a custom event that is actually working, and this event is actually taking the fruit. So if we go into this, we are seeing that the fruit is being added into the repository, the fruits array basically, and then we are also pushing that fruit. We are actually calling all the subscribers with the callback function. So whenever there is a new fruit that is getting added, the callback will execute, and then whatever action that the component needs to take based on the callback, it would actually do that. So now one of the challenges with the micro frontends is the consistency, right? So if we look at this, if we click on this, we see.
Hey folks, we are running a little late, so if you can like try to wrap it up.
Yeah, a couple of minutes, yeah, sure. So as we see here, the UI looks very different, right? Like it's not that pretty, but because this cart itself is an isolated app, as we see here. So what we have here is a plain React Bootstrap model. So should we wish to make a change here, or should we wish to replace this Bootstrap with something like Material UI, or even use Tailwind, and then probably even use plain CSS, right, to make it appealing? We can do that because micro frontend gives us that power, because we can do an independent deployment of this. again, having said that, now there are few trade-offs that we need to make when we try to implement micro frontends. We need to look at the cost, because the more the number of applications, the more number of servers we need, and then the monitoring would be a pain, because you need to monitor several other apps. Like if you were to do it in one application, you would monitor only one application, but because you have divided this into multiple apps, you would need to monitor multiple apps. So there are few considerations that we need to take, right? The moment we think about the advantages is, the first and foremost is we can use any technology and any framework to build a micro app. But if we add too many technologies, again, it could be a problem. So we need to be cautious and we need to limit the number of frameworks that we are adding. Then wherever we need to exchange the data, we should ensure that we are actually exchanging minimal amount of data. Because if we start sending the entire payload, again, it could be a problem in the browser, because in the browser we only have so much memory. Then another thing is, because there are multiple apps that needs to communicate, we need to ensure that there are written and documented and established contracts, and developers on either of the applications understand all those contracts. So these are a couple of references. So any questions? If not, thank you for giving us this opportunity.
Thank you all. Thank you for joining us on this talk, and have a great week. Yeah. Thank you, React India, for organizing this.
Yeah, thanks to all the organizers who are putting this conference. I mean, this is a tremendous effort. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. You can stop sharing your screen. That was a lovely talk overall, Mohit and Hanuma. We'll move on to our upcoming talks after this. See ya.
Yeah, bye. Right.
All right, guys. I know you would be a little tired, but bear with me. I think like the upcoming talks would like get you excited even more. So we know content is the king, as they say, but can everybody take their content with ease? Here's when Headless CMSs come into play. Siddharth will share his insights over how to use Swiss Army knife of the web with Headless CMS. So I'll give the stage to Siddharth to continue with his talk.
Goes. First of all, thanks a lot for joining in today for my session. And let me quickly introduce myself. Siddharth Delwal, and I'm currently working as a developer relations engineer at Storyblock, which is a headless. And I'm an MLH coach, which means I love hackathons. I am also expert for India region. I've also hosted GitHub field days here in India. I guess 3 of them. Yeah. Apart from all of these, I'm also the founding organizer of my very own hackathon, which is Hack This Fall. You can find me on Twitter and Instagram as Siddharth_hacks. So feel free to connect with me over there. Take screenshots while I'm talking, share your learnings on socials. You can tag me, you can tag React India and Storyblock. Well, that was pretty much about me. I do have a surprise giveaway for you all. Did you know that? No? Let us jump onto that quickly then. You can win a Kit.io subscription. So yes, Storyblock is giving away some subscriptions, one year subscriptions out there. So the only thing you need to do is just tweet anything and everything about Storyblock at React Day India. So maybe you can take a picture of the slides I am talking about, or you can join us, at our booth live on day 2 and day 3. So take a picture, anything related to Storyblock, even the banner where you find Storyblock, and just tweet about it using the hashtag Storyblock with React. Make sure you tag React India and Storyblock. And once you do that, the only thing you need to do is go to the live page of React India and just click on this enter giveaway button. And once you do that, you just need to fill out a quick form and you'll be part of this raffle. So yeah, pretty much nothing much to do. Yeah, moving on to the actual topic we are here for. So my talk title was Headless CMS, Swiss Army Knife of the Web, right? So I'll be dividing the title into two parts. Let us first jump on to what you see on the screen: Swiss Army knife of the web. Talking about just Swiss Army knife, which is again, a very interesting tool, isn't it? I remember growing up, I always wanted to have this tool with me, which I can use for like multiple purposes and take it away anywhere with me, be like fully prepared for anything. And this made me feel like a survivor. Now, you might be confused what I'm talking about, right? Let me tell you. In my talk description, if you might have read, you might have noticed I mentioned Bear Grylls. Now, Bear Grylls is an adventurer. If you might have watched Men vs. Wild, you would know him. So the statement which I've used in my talk description, it says like, you Bear Grylls to survive on the web. All you need is a good headless CMS. Now, what do I mean by that? Even before that, let's talk about content. You might have heard this a lot of times that content is the king. But here comes the question: can everyone take care of their content with ease, or is it not possible unless you are a survivor? So, here is when Headless CMS comes into play, which is the second part of my title. Headless CMS enables anyone to build projects and manage content on a go in much more collaborative and flexible way. It is fast, easy, and most importantly for everyone. And to understand this in much more better way, we can go a definition, because it's like a headless CMS is can only content management system, which is built from the ground up as a content repository that makes content accessible via a RESTful API or GraphQL API for just display on any device. Now, we would definitely want to thank to the headless approach, with which we gain the freedom of having our own be consumed by different platforms across the digital world. Also, if we need to talk about the traditional CMS, which is like also known as monolithic CMS, a headless CMS itself does not differentiate, between the presentation layer or prefer a built-in over your favorite technology. But to talk more about the same, let us jump to explore some of the many features of headless CMS. To start with, it is faster, which means a single content item can be reused and combined with several different presentation outputs, which ultimately allows for the projects to be completed faster. And as I said earlier, it is also flexible, so it allows content to be redistributed or distributed to a number of devices and making it easier to integrate with any other system used by the user. Future proof, yes. With headless CMS, it's quicker for your teams to create new websites and new functionalities on existing websites and portal. So this is super cool, isn't it? Again, omnichannel architecture. It helps you turn your visitors into customers by delivering great experiences across all platforms. But so about that, definitely going to talk about more in coming slides. But next up, we have cost effectiveness. Now, best is that you can start small and scale up as you need based on your requirements. And even on top of that, with all the less maintenance required, integrations and tech adjustments are easier, and thus due to which it is cheaper. And a headless CMS can also be deployed as a SaaS system, meaning that there is no need to host the software on premise. Next is scalable. So while we talk about headless CMS, the backend and frontend are separated. So even if the backend CMS platform has any performance issues or it needs maintenance, it won't create any downtime, right, to your website, or it won't even compromise its performance. So your hosting options are unlimited with a headless CMS and deployment environments as well. Speed and ease is something which I definitely look up to. So headless CMS allows easy and secure integrations with any of your existing system. So it's absolutely easy and fast to manage your content. And at the same time, headless CMS is easy to learn and understand. So nothing much to worry about. Here we have software architecture as well. Now, a headless CMS provides better software architecture. And when I say that, I mean that the published content and the CMS platform are separated. So this all things which I've just talked about, it's like super awesome, right? And couple of things, while I was mentioning all the list which you just came across. It's like these are like some of the many features of Headless CMS. So now let us talk about Storyblock, which is a headless CMS, right? And while I say that Story only headless CMS with the visual editor, and it provides developers with all the flexibility they need to build reliable and fast websites. At the same time, giving content creators with no coding skills the ability to edit content independently of the developer. Here's a fact: a traditional CMS makes it hard to repurpose your content for multiple platforms. And Storyblock offers a unique combination of visual editing tools and highly customizable content blocks. And all of these on top of a modern headless architecture, which just gives developers the flexibility to build fast and reliable digital platforms. And while I'm saying about it, the unique component based approach which Storyblock allows you to it just allows you to reuse your well structured content in ever changing world of technology. So we have everything you need to build better experiences. And with that being said, uh, it just brings us to this question that what to watch out for in a headless CMS, right? And to answer that, I have a quick thing for you. First thing which you should definitely keep in mind is visual editor. Now, when I say visual editor, it means like it gives you a preview of the changes you made to your website even before those changes go live. So, it's like the simplest yet most powerful editing experiences anyone, like let's say editor or marketer, can get. And with the visual editor, you give yourself or your team a self-explaining interface to boost your productivity. Second would be definitely omnichannel. I was talking about this in the feed, and here we have it once again. So omnichannel is nothing but an integration and ability to bring together the different multi-channels under a unique storyline, goal, and strategy to provide one unique, streamlined, seamless, and connected experiences, and that too both digitally and physically, of course. And with Headless CMS, you can manage all your content in one single content hub. So no matter where your users consume it, it's like super easy for them. Next up would definitely be advanced technology. Now, Headless CMS should integrate with every framework so that you are free to choose the best fit for your project, isn't it? It should like work with your favorite technology. Lastly, I would say component approach is something I would definitely watch out. Now, considering the nestable content blocks, it makes content management very easy, even within the complex layouts. Now, content blocks allows the developer to, let's say, reuse those components elsewhere, refilling them with the new content each time if necessary. So you get to define reusable custom components, and at the same time you build dynamic layouts for, let's say, landing pages, websites, and so many things. So now you know what to watch out for in a headless CMS. And guess what? All the points which I just mentioned are provided by none other than Storyblock itself. Visual editor, which is just awesome, omnichannel, great experience, advanced technologies. We have a wonderful learning hub with plenty of resources. Component approach, very flexible and easy to use. So after all of these, you might be wondering, whom is it for? Now remember when I said earlier that headless CMS is for everyone. I meant it because it is actually for everyone. From Storyblock perspective, it helps you to take control of, and at the same time it allows you to keep everyone on the same page, make an edit and publish. Talking individually for developers, it has limitless technology support. And a CMS that works with all the technologies, front-end frameworks, and fits all your products. So call it a Jamstack or cloud native, Storyblock supports it all. And as I said earlier, we prepare Technology Hub so that you can find selected beginner tutorials, videos, boilerplates, and even cheat sheets all in one place. Who else? Marketers, for sure. One CMS, endless channels. The only limit is your imagination. So orchestrate, manage, and publish your content everywhere with Storyblock. from corporate and e-commerce websites to mobile apps, digital signages, and beyond. Enterprise, why not? Leading enterprise uses Storyblock to manage and share their content with the world. So yes, it is even for the enterprises out there. And lastly, for content editors, and for me, there's no such better way to organize my content. Especially Storyblock helps content editors focus on the job. They can just create, manage, and publish the content everywhere, from corporate websites, e-commerce sites, mobile apps, and much more. Hence, Storyblock works for everyone. Time to jump on a quick demo. Let's say what we have over here. And even before that, I would recommend you all to go ahead and check out Storyblock website. It's like a lot of content on the website, a lot of resources, guides, documentations on the website. So make sure you go ahead and check it out. And if you need to get to the dashboard, you can just click on try for free, sign up. But because I've already signed up the dashboard right now, what you can do is you can just start with a new space. You can create a new space for yourself, or maybe pick an example space. I've already created one for myself. As you can see, React India 2022, and these are all the spaces I'm currently part of. So if I go to the React India 2022 space, I have, or let's say, let me this is something I've already used it before in while I was practicing this workshop. Let me create something new, especially right now. I would say React India 2022 Goa, and sit tight because we are creating the space for you. And now we have it ready. As you can see, it gives me to like the getting started. Oops, did I just created a wrong one? I guess I have done a basic space, which I feel because I cannot see more. Oh, no, I have done an example. My bad. This is how it happens. But if you see, we have all things over here. If in the dashboard, I last edit and everything else as well, and there's like a lot of things which you can go ahead and explore. But here we are gonna jump onto the content directly and go to the home page, which we have with us in this space. So it looks something, and if I go ahead here in the section, I'll just type in React India 2022 and see how the way it has like changed, and I'll say welcome to Storyblock workshop or talk, and on button I would say join our booth. See, and I would just click save on this so that it gets saved. The thing which I like about the visual editor over here is that, for example, there's a hero section, there's a text section, and then there's like a featured article. I can just drag and drop this over here and just circulate this, so that now I have featured article over here on the top. Makes it even better. It's like so easy to change things up. And let's say if I'm collaborating with my team and I have this idea of on the feature article thing, I'll just drop in a comment that, hey, this needs to be updated. I'll just post. Now, because I'm collaborating, I have a discussion channel over here where I can see all the open discussions, all the resolved discussions, and this is something which I definitely love, and it makes collaboration a much more faster way. Apart from that, let's say if you are doing a cross-platform thing, desktop, let's say I want to see how this looks on tablet or the mobile phone, something like this. So I can just see the responsiveness of my website or any space I'm working on, and this is like super cool, and I personally love this feature a lot. Let's say if I do not want to check out the live preview and I just completely need to focus on the content part, this is how I can do that. And what astronauts do, like what Storyblock does, what do we do? We create better digital experiences, isn't it? So whoops, a lot of spelling mistakes. But anyways, this looks good, and now I can bring back all of my things in, and now I can see that this has been updated. pretty much about it. I can just keep saving this. I also, one more thing, if I'm working in a group and there's like a lot of stages or workflows, I can see if I can have it in the drafting, reviewing, or ready to publish stage, so that everyone can know about it. We can add comments, we can say history, what have we been doing so far, and all the extra stuffs. I can just straight away publish it, have my own domain with myself, and just check this out. And let's say if I need to see the preview of it, I'll click on this preview, and this will show me a link, like the entire thing over here. And I can share this link with my team members and get some feedbacks from them as well directly. So yeah, this has been like a quick thing, but I want you to go ahead and explore the demo for yourself, and or maybe just try out creating a sample space, and just try playing around with it, see if you can build something with on Twitter. The handles are already mentioned over here. Well, that is pretty much from my end. See you around at the conference. Enjoy the rest of your day or evening or night or wherever you're joining in from. See you, everyone. This is Siddharth Dayalwal signing off.
Amazing talk, Siddharth. I think headless CMSs are like really important for most of us. Really enjoyed your talk thoroughly. I think we'll move ahead. We have few more talks lined up for you for the day. As you know, we have like a plug and play solution for almost everything on the web. But do you think that's possible for chatbots as well? Can we develop pluggable chat widgets across devices with minimal code required? For this, I have Mohit with us, who will be talking about how to make this happen with React. I'll invite Mohit to the stage. Yeah, he's here. So, hi Mohit, stage is yours. You can continue with your talk. All the best.
Thank you. Hello everyone. My name is Mohit Gupta and I'm a senior manager with Expedia Group. Let me start sharing my screen. I hope my screen is visible. Okay, so today's topic is pluggable virtual agents powered by React. And with this, I'm going to take you all through a case study from Expedia. We both React. Go what are activities and we are in only had to be shifted, changed, or cancelled. So all the customers they started reaching out their refund, redeeming their airline credits, and so on. And it leads to a flood of support queries, and the call center deployments were not able to scale to that flurry of requests, right? So what we have to do, we need to make our customers happy, right? So what was the solution? Logically, every would say, hey, why cannot you increase your automation of flows, right? That is fine, but not just automation, expanded automation to customers on multi-channels, be it chat, be it email, be it voice, right? And luckily, before pandemic, Expedia Group was already working on something called as conversation platform or virtual agents, right? But simply, the idea is pretty simple. If anybody is coming to you through any channel for a support query, if we can automate it and a bot can handle it so that we can reduce the requests that are going to a human agent, then not only we can reduce the cost, but we can also self-serve in an automated way, right? And when we say virtual agents, different teams, different products, be it car, flight, hotels, they can automate their respective flows and surface them to the customers on multiple channels. Given that this is a React conference, and I'll just talk about one consumer of this platform, which is the chat channel, where we built a customer support chat widget, right? Just take a quick look at a live demo so that we better align with the use case, right? So here is Expedia's.com website, right? And here's a small support widget. If customer come and need some help, he clicks on it and he enters in a conversation with a virtual agent or bot, and bot drives the conversation forward and asking, hey, what actually you want to do? Hey, I want to change my booking. Oh, okay. But I see you are not signed in. Do you mind signing, or just give your booking details? Okay. I followed with giving my booking details and try to send some email IDs, right? And I'll try to say, hey, can you also share the booking number or other information that I can identify your booking? So this conversation between two parties, which is a customer and a bot, will end up in a self-serve where customer would not need to go to a human agent on call centers. And in any complex scenario or cases where there are issues, if bot itself is not able to handle the conversation, they will route it to an actual human agent, right? Okay. So moving back, okay. So basically, the chat support widget we just saw, we started supporting finite message types. For example, we started with supporting a text React component, and then a component which can support few action buttons that customer can quickly choose from. Some progress indicator, hey, virtual agent working. Some email templates where if a customer has some email history with us, we quickly show it. If a customer has an upcoming booking, we can quickly render them in a beautiful UI with the array of images where he can manage those upcoming trips. But these were just finite UI experiences that we were initially created. But as we start, rolling out this to our different entry points, different products, UX and team, they started coming up with more richer use cases. Hey, for a refund like flow, I wanted to show my customer a better UI, like, hey, to show clear details on refund started, where it is still there, when it is expected. Hey, wait, for a hotel booking details, I want to clearly show the breakage of the prices in this beautiful looking card. Okay. So how can we, building a static component for all of them, we all want scale. So we came up with our own language or declarative language, which bot can provide a JSON for, and we as a dumb UI component just create a React components out of it. So just for an example, we started with this language. Hey, we defined something called as grid group, a text block, a icon, and like these multiple controls, and virtual agent can send a JSON like this. Hey, create a grid group with this padding, this margin, this is the text, and all those stuff, and we can create a n number of permutation combinations of UIs using those 10 to 15 controls that we started with. And even if this does not suffice your case, you always can have an iframe within the chat, a web view message type, where you can render any complex flows, any websites, right? For example, this is a micro front end for a date picker, which like most of the flows uses, like hotel change or flight booking, right? So you can just host it anything in the iframe. So this is more about the feature set and the use case and the problem. But I just mentioned earlier we need to expand on multiple websites. So one of our design philosophy was we need to make it plug very easily, right? So we came up with a JavaScript approach where the client or the website, they just have to embed a JavaScript into their head tag, which would eventually expose a global in the DOM. Let's call it support widget, and they will simply call an initialize method with some JWT token, which is for authentication. And when that initialization and authentication happens, they can simply call a create frame method. Hey, now give me that support chat widget. And there are some configurations that are exposed that clients can provide, which can be in many areas like the UI behavior. Hey, I want a header in the chat widget. I want attachment icon. I don't want this logo. I want this logo and stuff. And they can also opt for multiple capabilities like, hey, I wanted to know the customer behavior, which buttons he clicked, what he does actually on this page, like the click stream tracking, right? And not only this, they wanted, if they want to track on what events are happening in this chat widget, like it is open, it is closed, right? Or like a message received, message sent, all those event behaviors, they can provide handlers that we can call back, and they can do anything they want, like logging, monitoring, performance tracking, whatever they want, right? So not just easy plug and play. We also wanted that it plug anywhere. So anywhere means if it is any website abc.com, it can be on React, it can be on Angular, it can be any front end tech stack. So how we do that? So we come up with we did this using iframes. So we just mentioned that a client website has to have a script in their head. Let's call it host JavaScript. And this JavaScript provides some interface method that we just saw, create frame, initialize, to the websites, and basically internally behind the scene, it injects an iframe into the system. And actually this iframe is hosting the React app, right? So the host.js is running in abc.com domain, iframe is running in the domain where we basically have the assets on CDN, right? But at the same time, they manages a two-way communication. So host JavaScript talks to iframe, and iframe talks to host JavaScript. So whenever iframe, which is the actual React app where we are sending the messages, it needs any information or want to send a message, he'll say, hey host.js, I need to send this message, please send it. And host.js will maintain all the communication with the backend, which is the conversation platform here, or even with the web sockets, which are actually receiving the messages from virtual agents, right? So, I mean, with this approach, the benefits was isolation, right? The styles, the way you are writing your app is within iframe. It does not like interfere with your host website, and even your host website can be in any front end tech stack. Another benefit with this host.js to backend communication on the left is, I mean, I don't want any xyg.com to like initialize our support widget. So I can whitelist. I can know, hey, this which referral is coming from this request. And
We are going a little over time. Sorry to interrupt you in between, but if you can like wrap it up a little quick, it would be great.
Yep, sure. Okay. So so this design philosophy was plug anywhere, and then we have interesting use cases that keep coming. Where on call centers we wanted to embed same multiple instances, same widget, right? And we achieved that using the same code base, but running two instances of it. But the design philosophy was same, right? We keep adding on the iframes, and each iframe has its own state management, and the same host.js communicates with this iframe, and this really scaled pretty well, and we're able to have like 29 million plus conversations so far in our system. We also need to expand it on native apps. A lot of traffic came from there, and there we used web views just for like early go to market. We just hosted a service which can do the same thing that any client is doing by embedding JavaScript in head and running few steps to initialize JavaScript, and we were there without using React Native and native components on web, iOS, and Android. Lastly but not the least is the we also provided npm module on the same code base and just exposed two components, one a chat context provider and a frame component, and client can simply use like this way and provide the global config to all the frames they wanted to use. Given the benefits we are getting out of this scalable approach, and we will notice that self-serve was increasing for Expedia group. So we expanded it multiple sites, and we go for a aggressive model where we embedded this right in the center of the website, and it deliver more better results in terms of self-serve and reducing cost by minimizing the requests going to our call centers. Right. Thank you. That's from my side. Looking forward to meet you guys at Expedia Group booth like for the next 2 days. Any questions for me? Do let me know.
Thank you for the lovely talk, Mohit. I really enjoyed it thoroughly. And you can stop sharing your screen. I think there is some technical issue on Mohit's end. Let's just wait for a few seconds before we move ahead. All right, so we had a really long day today, and I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. Now we have the last talk of this day, and with us we have Huzaifa, Arif, and yeah, she will and maybe guess what she will be talking about. What he would be talking about. Sorry, what he would be talking about. So we talk about hooks everywhere, but what is the right way to use it? So in this talk, Huzaifa will walk us through about how we are ending up creating problems for ourselves by using use effect, and hope this is a good learning experience for you. So yeah, the stage is yours, Huzaifa. You can share your screen and carry on with your talk. All the best.
Thank you so much, Pooja. So guys, running a little late for dinner, are we? Don't worry, I've got something more exciting for you than that. So let's just quickly begin. Let me quickly share my screen. Perfect. I hope the screen is visible to everybody. So in today's talk, we are going to talk about one of the most popular yet bit misunderstood hook, the use effect, right? Before we begin, let me just introduce myself quickly. I am Huzaifa Arif. I am a staff engineer at Proximity Works. And while being here, I've had the opportunity to work with some of the best engineering teams out there and some top rated clients, industry leader clients. And while working on those projects with those teams, I've identified that there are certain peculiarities or nuances that we still have when we are using this hook. Today's talk is all geared towards this nuances that we'll try to understand and work our way around. So let's begin. There, you're using it wrong, right? Well, most probably. I'll explain you why. So to explain this, I'll take you back to the old times, the old way of thinking, the life cycle way of thinking. So people who have been around with React long enough know that previously we had class-based components, right? And in class-based components, we had these most used three lifecycle methods: the mount, the update, and the will unmount, right? And when the functional component paradigm came into being with the stateful functional component, and the hooks were introduced, we instinctively equated the use effect with these lifecycle methods, right? So we pass an empty array, it runs once after mount. We pass a cleanup method, is equivalent to the will unmount, and so on and so forth. So the model of thinking is that they equate with each other. But that's the wrong mental model, guys. I'll tell you why. So let's first discuss what use effect is not, right? It's not a lifecycle hook, as we just saw in the previous slide. It's also not a state setter. So when we say that it's not a state setter, setting state inside use effect is an anti-pattern, right? Use effect runs after the render. Render is triggered because of state changes or props changes, right? And immediately after the render, setting state again in the use effect is kind of, yeah, infinite loop if you don't pass in a dependency array, right? And we've all been there, not passing a dependency array. So just a quick warning, never use effect without the second argument. Pass the dependency array, and also do not forget the cleanup function. People who have started using React 18 knows what I'm talking about. And we'll see this in slides further ahead, how this will help us catch bugs early on in our development. Okay, so fair enough. The use effect is not a lifecycle hook. It should not be used for setting effects, setting states, right? But then what do we do with it then? You use it for synchronization. But synchronizing with what exactly? So we use the use effect to synchronize with an external system that is outside React's context. The external system can be anything. It can be a network call. Maybe you want to log something or raise analytics events for your component. Maybe you need to manipulate the DOM for some reason. Or maybe, well, we have all accumulated tech debts in the past, and maybe we still have that one odd jQuery plugin or widget lying around in my code that I need to update whenever my React updates. That's where the use effect comes in for our rescue. Now, it's not just me. If you follow Dan on Twitter, you must have seen he has time and again communicated the same thing. So the mental model is synchronization and not life cycle. They also went far enough to say in his tweets, as well as in the React docs itself, if you focus on the last two lines, is that effects should usually synchronize your components with an external system. And they say if there is no external system, you might not even need an effect. Well, that's interesting, right? So then, what are the common pitfalls that we fall into while using the use effect hook? I have done it. Most probably you guys have done it too. So let's look at them case by case basis, right? The first thing that comes to mind is transforming data. So we have a very short example here in which the component receives some props and it uses those props to transform and set its own state, right? Now, what we need to do is whenever the props change, I'd like my component to re-render with the updated info, but I also need to have a transform state in between, right? So I add a use effect, I add the dependency array, and I say, okay, fair enough. Whenever this happens, recompute and re-render but that's 2 render cycles, right? When as your app grows in size and complexity, you will find out that these wasted re-renders have actually compounded up. We don't want to waste the initial render just to wait for the use effect to be triggered. What we can do here is instead of an effect, we can directly do the transform in our render cycle itself. It's clean, it's more readable, it's more declarative in certain senses as well, right? And if we think that our transform is resource heavy, it needs more time, and we don't want the experience to suffer due to that, we can always memoize the transform, right? So whenever the dependencies change, only then the transform will be recomputed. And this can still be done in the same render cycle itself. So we don't necessarily need a use effect for this. The second thing that comes to mind is passing data to a parent component. Now, this may happen for a couple of reasons, but one of the examples that we show here is on a user event. So maybe we have a toggle or any other form component and the user interacts with it. Now I want to re-render the component. So I set its state, right? But then I also need to update the parent that the child component state has been updated. So what do? I add a use effect. I add the state that it's dependent on in the dependency array, and I call the callback in the use effect. But now the parent is one step behind the child. So the child re-rendered, and after that the use effect ran, and then is when the parent will come to know about the state change. Instead, what we can do is we can fire the data that I need to pass to the parent component inside the event handler itself, right? It'll happen in one go. This will also save you extra re-renders. So most probably when you call the callback for the parent, it's also gonna set some state and it's also gonna re-render, right? And that re-render will again trigger re-renders in its children. So that whole cycle can be avoided. Another good approach here to carefully think about is we can make the child component a completely controlled one. What I mean by that is we can just remove any state handling from the toggle and just lift the state up and pass the state as props to this component. So this component has only one job to do. It calls whenever the toggle is updated. It just calls the onChange method and then receives new prop and then re-renders just once. This is one more interesting case and a notable mention here. So we are using use effect to subscribe to external stores, right? This is a very short example of how we use it to get the online offline state in our app, to maybe show a toast to the user or something similar, to have that good experience, right? We've all done that. Now, this effect has certain caveats. It's not entirely wrong, but it's not even ideal. So what happens is that the Navigator API will not be available on server. And if you are having server-side rendered apps, your HTML won't be generated as the way you want, and it will need to be edited on the client. What React 18 has introduced is a new hook, use sync external store. Now, this is specifically designed to allow you subscribe to an external store, and it gives you the ability to add APIs for both how to get the value on the client and also how to get the value on the server. So maybe we don't use that much, but this is something that you should keep in your arsenal. Now, the most feared one, data fetching, right? I see you guys making most probably faces like the emoji I have on screen, but bear with me. So this is one of the most common approaches that we take while having data fetching code in our use effect. I've been there, I've done that, I'm guilty. So, but what do the official docs have to say about it? So the React docs enlist certain problems or limitations when you use effect for data fetching, right? First of all, it's a very manual approach. It's not very ergonomic, right? You have to do all the handling. The code is there is really a lot of boilerplate code if you want to add caching or maybe race condition handling and whatnot. One of the undesired effect that it has is it creates network waterfalls. So what I mean by network waterfalls is that your parent component mounts, your use effect runs, you fetch data, then your child component mounts, they fetch data, and so on and so forth. So all the network calls are sequential. However, there is a high probability that you could have parallelized those network calls and reduce that waterfall effect moving down the line. And again, it does not cache data and effects don't run on server. So what is the alternative, right? React itself suggests that we use these frameworks that are available to us for doing the heavy lifting on this. Next.js has this great get server props API that you can use to pre-populate data on the server and generate the HTML with the data. React Query gives you caching support out of the box. Now, caching helps you have that natural backwards flow in your API. So the user went from one route to the next route, and he wants to go back. If I have a normal use effect that runs after my component mounts, I'll be fetching data every time. There will be no caching, and it's not a very good user experience. Another good example is Remix's use loaded data. I'm sure we'll probably hear more about this in tomorrow's keynote, but that's there as well. Now, what if none of these work for you, right? What if I still have to write my own use effect? Well, in that case also, I suggest that we write a custom hook instead of directly using use effect in all our components. The use effect that I have on my screen has this nice cleanup function. This helps you handle race conditions. and only consider the response from the last fetch request. And we can encapsulate this in its own custom hook, and we are good to go for now, right? So to wrap it up, these are some of the pitfalls that we fall through when using the use effect. So let's consider what we have learned. Use effect is not for all effects. I know that sounds like a misnomer, but I didn't name the effect, guys. We need to talk to Dan or other. But let's move ahead. It's not for synchronize. It's not for not to be thought as a lifecycle hook, but it's meant for synchronization. It's meant to synchronize with external DOM or third-party widgets or network or something like that. Maybe, but it's not for transforming props or passing data to the parent, or not even app init code. So we are also guilty of like writing a use effect that runs once on mount with an empty dependency array and doing app init things in that. That component is not safe for remounting. Again, a use case that we'll find out once we switch to React 18 and in strict mode, it renders everything twice. It mounts everything twice, right? So in this short talk, we just covered a few examples and a few scenarios. There is more in-depth documentation about how to use effects and when do you need it exactly, and how much re-rendering or performance that it can save you in a large React app, which to know that and to read more about it, please head over to the beta React.js talks. That they are still in beta, but they are a really nice rate. So please give it a go. So that's it from my end, folks. Thank you. Once again, I'm Huzefa Arif. Be sure to hit me up on my social media links and we'll catch up.
Thank you for the talk, Zaipa.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye-bye. See you.
See you soon.
So thank you everyone who have stuck till the end and watched all the talks and showed all the support today. We are really grateful to all of you for attending the whole event and hope it was very informative as well as entertaining for you.
So if you joined today from your couches, workplaces, or even at the beach, we once again thank you all for making this happen. But wait, this is not the end, right? We have much more in store for you live on the beaches of South Goa tomorrow and day after. So stay tuned. We will continue. We pictured abhi baki hai. So let's see you tomorrow and we will go rolling again tomorrow. Thank you again. See you. Bye-bye.
React India. React. React India. React India. React. React India. React India.